Thank you, Judge. Today is the 21st of January, 2021. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Morning, my lady.
Good morning, Mr. Pina. Good morning, Mrs. Jacobus.
Good morning, my lady.
You are reminded that you are still under oath.
Yes, my lady.
You may proceed, Ms. Njerere.
As please the court, my lady. Good morning, Ms. Jacobus.
Good morning, counsel.
I'm Advocate Rendani Munjalele. I'm representing Matloli Definin Ndlovu. He was a social worker at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center during the Life Esidimeni project.
Yes, my counsel.
I'm going to ask you some questions relating to this matter. My first question, you testified that you were employed by the Gauteng Department of Health as a deputy director from 1st July 2013. Am I correct?
Correct, counsel.
You further testified that you were responsible for overseeing all the NGOs in Gauteng. Am I correct?
Yes, correct, counsel.
Okay. And you further testified under cross-examination yesterday by Advocate Foster. You said you were not aware of the existence of Siabadinga until after the death of the 7 patients who died there at Siabadinga NGO. Is that the position?
Yes, counsel.
I'm going to refer you to page 553. This is the arbitration record.
Page 23553.
Yes, my lady. It is the arbitration record testimony of Miss Noile, Diane Noile. I'm going to read from line 3. Are you there, Ms. Jacobus?
Not yet, counsel. Yes.
Just a second. Let me first get the page.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Can I ask Sacha or Mr. Sonnepool to also assist? Because I see Ms. Njerere is alone with the pages to direct the court to the pages if they can. But I'm already there, thank you.
Yes, please, the court. Yes, please, the court, my lady. Line number 3.
Yes.
Mrs. Diane Noile, when Siabadinga was receiving patients, we were having meetings with Hannah Jacobus, and she has promised that they were busy with our staff and they were going to issue the license. Advocate Non-Tlatlaina, who is Hannah Jacobus? Miss Diana Noile, she is I'm not sure, but I think she's a director of mental health in Swane. Advocate Non-Tlatlaina, so where was this meeting? Miss Diane Noile, she responded by saying the meeting, she came to the center itself. Advocate Non-Tlatlaina, at Siabadinga. And the answer by Miss Diana Noile was yes, counsel. Advocate Non-Tlatlaina again, when was this? The first time she came on the 13th of May, before we received the patients, because we received the first bench of patients. No, it was the 8th of May, I'm sorry, because we received the patients on the 9th of May when she came. Advocate Non-Tlatlaina, so you received the patients on the 9th you did not have the license. Miss Diana Noile, we did not have a license, madam. My main issue here, Mrs. Jacobus, is regarding the testimony that you gave yesterday, where you said you were not aware of the existence of Siabadinga until after the death of the 7 patients who died there. So can you see that from the testimony of Miss Diana Noile, contrary to what you have told this court yesterday, you already knew of the existence of Siabadinga long before the first 7 deaths happened at Siabadinga? Am I correct?
No, Council.
So are you saying what Miss Diana Noile testified about here is not correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay. Just a sec, my lady. On further cross-examination again yesterday, you testified that you were permanently based at Cullinan only after the visit of the MEC.
Yes, Council.
Do you recall that?
Yes, Council.
When was that visit by the MEC?
It was when I informed Dr. Manamela that I was concerned about the activities with Siabadinga.
No.
And the patients.
Sorry.
I cannot recall the date. I cannot recall the date.
Yes, because I wanted the date as to when was this visit by the MEC.
Yes. I cannot
recall the date.
As please the court, my lady. Can you please tell the court, Ms. Jacobus, as to what was the purpose of the visit by the MEC at Cullinan?
After my visit at Siabadinga to inspect the number of deaths, I stopped by regularly on a regular basis at Cullinan to see if I can support the NGO. And during my deliberation with the supervisor, I didn't see much of Mrs. Noile. Then she said she's not present.
Just a second, if I understood this question, the question only wants to know what was the purpose of the MEC's visit.
Yes, my lady.
Remember,
sorry.
it emanates from your previous answer.
Yes.
Regarding your placement at Cullinan.
Yes, my lady. I was concerned about the NGO, and I found Dr. Manamela.
NGO? Siabadinga.
Siabadinga. I found Dr. Manamela and says, can't you come out so that we can set up a meeting with the manager of Siabadinga? And then she said to me she'll come back later. The following day she did, and says they'll be coming through the following day. So they did visit. Dr. Manamela came with the MEC and the DDG and several chief directors.
I still did not get your answer regarding the purpose.
If I understand your answer, the reason why the MEC came to Cullinan, it was because of your efforts of what you did, because of the concerns that you had, which you discussed with Dr. Manamela. Is that your evidence?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what type of concerns were they?
I couldn't make contact with the staff, and my perception of the attitude was that they didn't accept me voluntarily to assist, or they perceive me as I want to make problems. And then also
who is they now?
The staff now.
The staff at Siabadinga.
At Siabadinga, yes.
Okay.
So then I just kept myself aside, and I was just observe from outside how the staff interaction is, what they're doing. And for me, that was a concern, because I feel that I haven't seen the ward, I haven't seen the patients as yet. And I said to Dr. Manamela that we should make contact and go set up a meeting with the manager so that we can more closely observe and see what is going on.
Oh, okay. I understand you, Ms. Jacobus. And my next question, it will be, you indicated during cross-examination yesterday by Advocate Foster, and also now when I was asking you questions, that the main reason why you were based permanently in Cullinan, it was to help to fix the challenges which were being experienced by the NGOs there. And yes, can you please explain before this honorable court as to what type of challenges did you help Siabadinga to fix during your time there at Cullinan?
I did not work there myself per se. During the visit of the MEC and Chief Directors, I spoke to Dr. More, and I've asked her to assist and send professional nurses to assist so that we can evaluate and reassess and do everything that was needed to be done at the NGO. The staff came the following morning at 6 o'clock and they started working, and that is where the work started then. So I left it and they just report to me that they manage and they are reassessing, they're doing everything, checking for medication, services, and assist the NGO. And the staff were placed there on a permanent basis for night and day duty. It was professional psychiatric nurses.
Yeah, but what you are saying, it is strange to me, because according to Diana Noyile's testimony at the arbitration record, at the arbitration hearing, she said she did not have psychiatrist nurse, she did not have clinicians, she did not have doctors. So you are saying you arrange for psychiatrist nurse to be dispatched to Siabadinga, but I'm gonna show you as I proceed with my cross-examination that is not supported by the evidence of Ms. Diana Noyile at the arbitration hearing. Can you tell the court as to why is it so?
If you can just rephrase your question, why is what so, Counsel?
Okay, Ms. Jacobus. I said to you that I'm funding what you are saying, that you arrange with Ms. More to send nurses to help Siabadinga. Very strange to me, because what you said is not supported by the testimony of Ms. Diana Noyile at the arbitration hearing, because at the arbitration hearing, she was lamenting that she did not have psychiatrist nurse, she did not have doctors, she did not have clinicians. So I'm putting it to you that if what you are saying indeed is what actually happened, Diana Noyile will have testified about that during her testimony at the arbitration hearing. And I went further to say that I'm going to show you that as I proceed with my cross-examination, that she never testified about the fact that she received any form of assistance from you. What is your comment to that?
It's wrong, Counsel. It's not true.
It's not true.
Yes.
What's not true?
She received assistance. As I've said, after the visit of Dr. Manamela and head office personnel, Mrs. More has sent 17 registered nurses to assist and to what my brief and what we've discussed with the registered nurses, that we should start from fresh. I don't know anything about the NGO, so they should evaluate and come up with an assessment, and that is what one of the registered nurses says. They are going to do a complete new assessment and then start off and see how they can assist and what needs to be done. And as I've said, after the visit, the following morning at 6 o'clock, the first staff arrived at the NGO. And they were placed there and assist.
So this is the meeting of the one that it is the meeting of the NMEC.
MEC, yes, my lady.
Ms. Jacobus, yesterday you testified that or rather you agreed during cross-examination by Advocate Foster, and I think also, if my memory serves me well, and also during questioning by the court, that the patients at Siabadinga, their medication was administered by auxiliary nurses. Do you still recall that?
Their medication was administered by?
Auxiliary nurses, by people who are not qualified to dispense, to administer medication to them.
No, counsel.
Are you disputing what you told this court yesterday?
I'm not disputing. I didn't tell the court because I had no knowledge who was doing their medication prior to the placement of the registered nurses.
But Ms. Jacobus, I'm putting it to you that you agreed yesterday during questioning, during cross-examination by Advocate Foster, that patients that the medication of patients at Siabadinga was administered by people who were not qualified by auxiliary nurses. And now you are telling the court, Ms. Jacobus, that you arranged with Ms. More for 17 nurses to be dispatched to Siabadinga. So I'm putting it to you that that never happened.
Counsel, it happened. And I think that, if my memory recalls, that statement was stated in affidavit in a form. I did not get any opportunity to visit or to go into the ward or to support the Siabadinga after my first visit of assessing the death or to investigate the deaths. And then I think about 2 weeks lapse of my observation what was going on. And then I contacted Dr. Manamela and then discussed it with her. The team came, and that same late afternoon, I've asked, before they left, I asked Mrs. More for registered nurses to be sent so that we can, because that was the evidence during the discussion with the team and answers given by the manager. Then I asked Mrs. More if she could assist me, send some registered nurses so that we can help the NGO and assess everything from start. And that is how the team came. I didn't ask for 17. Mrs. More has sent 17. And as I'm saying, for day and night duty.
I'm going to refer you to page 28496.
Page
28496 is the arbitration record of Mrs. Jacobus' testimony, my lady.
It's not her record, it is her testimony.
As please the court.
28496, ne?
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
As please the court, my lady, I'm going to read from line 5 of page 28496.
Yes, is the witness there?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, you can continue, Ms. Njera.
As please the court. Advocate Hasim, but you cannot. Do you recall that earlier in your testimony, in your evidence in chief, you said that you had abandoned the normal processes? Ms. Hannah Jacobus. That is my yes, I did. No, that is why I say I'm not affirmed with all the NGOs, only a certain number of those, and the ones that I've been assigned to. Advocate Hasim, well, how many did you visit? Ms. Hannah Jacobus, 3. Advocate Hasim, 3. Intervened. All right. Ms. Hannah Jacobus again, I was assigned to 3. We were divided into different NGOs. Advocate Hasim, 3 out of the 27. Ms. Hannah Jacobus, yes. Each one has a certain number. And Advocate Hasim went further to say which three. So now, my lady, I'm going to proceed to page 28497. Is the next page after this one.
Continue.
Miss Hannah Jacobus, Siva Serena, I think this was some typing error here. El Shaddai, Kalinen, Advocate Hasim. Kalinen is not an NGO. Miss Hannah Jacobus, no. The ones that was on the Kalinen premises, Advocate Hasim, Enka and Siabadinga, Miss Hannah Jacobus, and the Bupilong Center, those four. Advocate Hasim, okay, that is more than three, and Miss Hannah Jacobus, it is four. Those four I forgot about Wupilong. From what I've just read now, Mrs. Jacobus, it is confirming that you were assigned, or rather, it was your testimony at the arbitration hearing that you were assigned, or rather you were put in charge of the four NGOs that I've just read there, El Shaddai, Bupilong, Siabadinga, and Enka. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Council.
Yes.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Just a sec. From when, Ms. Jacobus, were you assigned to be in charge of Enka and Siabadinga in particular?
As I've said, after the visit of the investigation, I was asked to also support, because I was on the premises for Enka, I was asked to support Enka and Siabadinga.
I put it
It
to
was
you.
after the investigation of the deaths.
After that?
After the investigation of the deaths.
And that was immediately after the meeting with the MEC?
No, before the meeting with the MEC. Remember, I've said patients died at CCRC, and we've been sent there to go and see what was going on. When we reached the hospital, they said, no, it's at the NGO. And then the matron took us over to the NGO. It was Siabadinga. That was the first time that I saw Siabadinga was on the premises and had patients. And after that, I was assigned to also assist Siabadinga Enka on a daily basis.
I put it to you, Ms. Jacobus, that as Ms. Diane Noile testified at the arbitration hearing, you were already working at Siabadinga as far as the 9th of May, 2016.
No, Council, that's not true.
Just a second.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Yes.
I'm going to refer you again, Ms. Jacobus, to page 25561.
Page?
25, sorry, my lady, is 23561. is still Ms. Diane Noyele's arbitrary.
Thank you, Ms. Merritt. Continue.
As please, the court, my lady. I'm going to read from line 6. Are you there, Ms. Jacobus?
I'm just going there.
Okay, tell me when we're there.
Line 6. Yes, I'm there.
Advocate Nontatlaina, I'm reading from line 6, my lady.
Yes.
Dr. Mkanchwa, who used to work at Life Esidimeni for a number of years, who has become accustomed to the need of the patients, testified yesterday to the effect that it is a necessity that a facility that is taking care of patients of that sort should have a clinician and a dietitian over and above the staff that I mentioned earlier on. Did you have a clinician at Siabadinga? These were the questions to Ms. Diana Noyele, Ms. Jacoba. So I'm proceeding to read. Mrs. Diana Noyele's answer was, we only had 2 auxiliary nurses and 2 had done pre-nursing. What is your comment to this? There is no mention of the 17 nurses that you said were arranged by Ms. More to go and assist at Siabadinga as you were put in charge of this NGO.
Council, I will iterate again, according to all my previous statements. The nurses were assigned only after the visit by Dr. Namela and the team that came to visit Siabadinga. Only the following day the nurses were assigned, not previously or before that.
But Mrs. Jacobus, between the testimony at the arbitration hearing and the so-called 17 nurses that you are saying were dispatched to Siabadinga to help, which one came first?
Before the arbitration hearing.
Just rephrase properly. I think the question is not properly posed. Okay. Just cut it. It shouldn't be too long for the witness to understand it.
As please the court, my lady. As you are insisting that there were those 17 nurses at Siabadinga who were sent by Ms. More after your intervention, as you were put in charge of this NGO in particular, I'm saying to you that, okay, between Mrs. Diana Noyele giving her testimony at the arbitration hearing and the so-called 17 nurses being dispatched to Siabadinga, what started first?
I cannot answer that, Council, because I'm not Mrs. Noyele that has given that testimony, so I don't know what she referred to. But my reference is the nurses only came after the visit of Dr. Manamela and the team.
This team that you are referring to, when you say the visit by Dr. Manamela and the team, is that the meeting with the MEC? Because I should confuse the two.
Yes, my lady. Then Dr. Manamela came when I asked her to come so that we can have a meeting. Then she came, Dr. Manamela came, Mr. Frans Tobane, the MEC,
okay,
the DDG, Dr. Vayani, etc.
If I may ask, was this after the death?
Yes, after the deaths, because remember, after the deaths, my first contact and visit with Siabadinga was after the deaths, and then I was placed there to oversee those NGOs. And because of my not being able to make contact and them allowing me to go in, as I've said, for about 2 weeks after my observation, I then phoned Dr. Manamela and reported I'm worried and she should come out so that we can set up a formal meeting that I can better make contact.
Yes, you seem to be, that detail, all those details are on record. Thank you very much. You have explained it sufficiently. Can we pass this?
As it please the court, my lady, Mrs. Jacobus, Mrs. Jacobus, I'm putting it to you that you did not actually do your job properly as far as assisting this NGO is concerned.
Which one? Specifically Siabadinga?
Yes, please the court, my lady. What is your comment to that?
My comment is, Council, as I've said earlier on again, I couldn't do it because I wasn't allowed by the Siabadinga manager, I couldn't see after that. She was always not present. I've made contact with her staff, the supervisor that was in front. I've tried to intervene and they wouldn't allow me in. And that is why with my discussion with Dr. Manamela was that I feel that the staff, or my perception is they feel I'm an intruder and I'm there not for them, but against them. And I didn't, as I'm saying, I didn't see the ward. I've never seen the patients. I couldn't go in. And that is why I called and says we should intervene urgently.
So you agree to this? Mrs. Jacobus?
Yes, my lady.
So you agree that you didn't do your job properly in respect of this NGO?
No, my lady, I disagree with that statement. I said I've tried, but I wasn't given the opportunity to do what I'm supposed to do to support them. And that is why I've called for assistance for an urgent meeting.
Just a second, Ms. Mjera.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Continue.
Okay, line number 13, my lady, Advocate Non-Katlaina, you did not have clinicians. Same page 23561, and Ms. Diane Noile responded by saying, yes, we did not have clinicians. No mention that Ms. Hannah Jacobus arranged for 17 nurses to come and assist us. What do you say to that?
Council,
Yes.
in terms of intervening and in terms of supporting, and with the structure of NGO support, clinicians is a add-on, and that has to be arranged. And remember, we did not have any information about the NGO nor the patients in the ward. So we had to start somewhere to start with files and all that before the clinician could be called out. The clinician cannot come, and what are you going to report? What is their function going to be on that day? So we've started on a baseline to sort everything out and to get things in as quick as possible.
But if really you have assisted this NGO, why did all those people die then?
Council, I will say again, I was sent to Cullinan Care Rehabilitation Center with the instruction that 7 people died at CCRC. Myself and Mr. Tobane went to the hospital side. When we got there, then the matron told us, no, it's not at the hospital, it's at the NGO. And she took us to the NGO, and that was my first contact with Mrs. Noile.
Okay, and paragraph 15, Advocate Non-Katlaina, did you have a datation? Miss Diana Noile, no, we did not, ma'am. What is your comment to this? You were in charge of this NGO.
Because I wasn't, ma'am, I can say again, determining what on the statement, I did not have any contact with the NGO prior to then.
Yes, please, the court, my lady, just a sec. Ms. Jacobus, you further testified yesterday under cross-examination by Advocate Foster about the issue of transfer or rather discharge of the patients from CCRC to Siabadinga. And during that cross-examination, you indicated that the CEO of Cullinan, Mrs. Nyato, refused to provide documentations to the NGOs, which is Anchor and Siabadinga, when patients were discharged to Anchor and Siabadinga. Do you still recall that?
No, Council. That is not a true statement.
But okay, but that was your testimony yesterday. To make things easier for you, I'm gonna refer you to your statement where you have explained.
It's not necessary. Council, it's not necessary. That statement that you're making now, it's when the patients, the users was discharged or sent or transferred from Cullinan to Anchor House, not Siabadinga.
Mm.
My apologies, my lady. She's right. It was when
Yes.
we're being discharged to Anchor House. But in any event, I would like to make follow-up regarding the answer that you have given to Advocate Foster yesterday pertaining to this very issue when you said the CEO of Cullinan refused to provide documentation to when patients were being discharged to Anchor.
My lady, Council, what I've been told by the CEO was that, and as you've heard further testimonies of all the other hospitals, they cannot paperwork files, but only discharge notes. And I wasn't aware of that because that was my first encounter of a transfer to an NGO during that period. And that is hospital property, but they will sort it out, and they will, because the discharge notes, as I've said, the medication, would come the following morning. And I followed that up, and it did, because the staff member that I approached said, yes, all the discharge notes and the medication was taken to Anchor House.
Okay, I understand that, but do you confirm that to be your testimony of yesterday? Do you confirm that?
Yes, it was my testimony.
Okay, then in follow-up to that, what type of documents were they? Can you just be specific? What type of documents are we talking about here that the CEO of Cullinan did not provide to the two NGOs when the patients were being discharged to their facilities?
According to my perception was that if the patients comes from Cullinan to the NGO, they would come with their medical records, and that is the Cullinan has a process of 2 sets of records available: administrative records, which entails the legal documentation and admission and all that, and then you get a medical record that will contain the admission, the progress, the everything concerns the patient. So I was referring to the medical record and asked the CEO to give us the medical records. Then she said she cannot give us that, but the discharge note and the medication will follow the following morning. And that is also what the matron promised, because it was quite late at night when the patients everything was sorted out, that the patients will be staying at the NGO.
But did that happen?
I followed that up the following morning. When I went over and when I asked this thing, it did happen.
Okay.
Let's not repeat the evidence. He has just said previously that that was followed just now before you asked her this very same question.
I did not get it, my ladies. Thanks, Thanks, my lady. Let's go now to the issue of identity documents. Mrs. Jacobus. Do you know, as the person who was assigned to be in charge of these two NGOs, Anchor and Siabadinga, if these NGOs were also provided with ID documents for the, for the patients were discharged? Do you know anything about it?
No, I didn't follow up the ID documents. As I've said, I didn't follow up in all minute of the documentation.
Okay. Just a sec, my lady. I'm going to refer you, Ms. Jacobus, to page 24564.
2465. 2465, ma'am.
45
So can you
24564.
24564. Yes, Council.
That is the testimony of Dorothy Franks at the arbitration hearing. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm going to read from line 1. Now proceed, my lady.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. It reads as follows: Arbitrator Justice Msaneke, was there no file with diagnosis with this? Dorothy Franks, no. And Arbitrator Justice Msaneke, no. Dorothy Franks, no. Arbitrator Justice Msaneke did this from where? From CRC to you. Dorothy Franks from CRC, yes, the CRC. Arbitrator Justice Msaneke, and there were no IDs in relation to all of them. Dorothy Franks, yes, Justice. And Arbitrator Justice Msaneke, how would you have known how to find their next of kin? Dorothy Franks, that was our problem. Any comment on that? She said there was no IDs for all the patients, and you were in charge of this NGO. Did you know about this?
No, Council.
Okay. Let's go also. Let's go again to page 24660, my lady.
Four 460.
Yes.
My lady, I'm gonna read from line 1 as well here. Dorothy Franks from the hospital, yes. And Advocate Nikki Stein. And did he improve after that? Dorothy Franks, just a little bit, then he goes down again, and because of the ID that night, the doctor does not want to keep him there, the hospital. Line number 5, Advocate Nikki Stein. What do you mean? Because of the ID? Dorothy Franks, they said because he does not get an ID, he's just gonna check him and just give him medication and come home. Advocate Nikki Stein, did you apply for identity documents for those patients that didn't have IDs? Dorothy Franks responded in line 10, no, because health department and all the others were linked with one another with Life and CRC, said they will see what, they will see that we will have their IDs. Advocate Nikki Stein, how many? And Dorothy Franks responded at later stages. Advocate Nikki Stein, how many patients didn't have identity documents? Dorothy Franks, almost 30. Advocate Nikki Stein, and so am I correct in saying that for all of these patients, there would have been a restriction in hospital care? Dorothy Franks, well, we had problems. If we take them to the hospital, I must actually like kneel down and say, please, can you just take this patient for me? Advocate Nikki Stein. So for almost 30 patients, the hospital was refusing to take them because they didn't have ID. Dorothy Franks. Okay, I did not do all. I did not do all them.
All of them. I didn't do
all
of them.
Yes, my lady. Thanks for that, my lady. So, any comment on this, Mrs. Jacobus?
Yes, Council. What we've done, because that was not the only NGO that experienced of users that they didn't have IDs. We've set up a meeting with Home Affairs. They came to the office, we sat down, and we've provided all the names of the different users to Home Affairs, and they were busy sorting that out. And I think I speak under correction, according to Dr. Manamela, Home Affairs says that they're busy with it. Some of them, they could intervene quickly. Others was almost impossible because of the long duration the patients was at some of the centers like Life and at CCRC. It will take some time, but there was an intervention. And that is also why I intervened with the assistants to Anchor House to take the patients and see that I go there myself for admission. And that is why I've arranged an ambulance. I went to the Mamelodi. The doctor, whenever we took a patient there, would admit if necessary. The patient will stay there, thoroughly investigated. When the patient is a bit better, the patient will be discharged, and so we've gone on. And I've personally intervened into that. And there wasn't problems after that.
Thank you, Mrs. Jacobus. All right. Regarding this issue of ID. Sorry, my lady, for that. My client, Matloli Daphne Ndlovu, will tell the court that she was tasked by the management of I don't know this thing. Sorry, my lady. Can the court hear me now?
My lady, you are also on mute.
You're also muted, my lady.
But what is happening? I didn't notice this. Thank you very much. Yes, continue, Ms. Mjerana.
Thanks, my lady. I was just saying to you, Mrs. Jacobus, that regarding this issue of the ID, my client, Matloli Daphne Ndlovu, she will testify and tell this honorable court that she was tasked by the management of CCRC to provide Anchor and Siabadinga with the identity documents. With the identity documents of the patients in respect of those patients that she had. Any comment on that? I can't hear you, Ms. Jacobus. I think you are on mute.
Yes, she is on mute also. Please unmute yourself. Yes, continue.
And now, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes.
I said I cannot comment on that because it wasn't communicated to me. All that I can comment on is the, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
All that I can comment on is the activities that we've done from central office directly to get Home Affairs involved to sort out all the ID problems for us.
Okay, my client, Matloli Daphne Ndlovu, she will further testify that the problem that she had with the issues of the IDs is because when they went to Life Esidimeni facilities, SMDT members of Cullinan, she was supposed to have been given all the IDs by Life Esidimeni of all the patients who were being discharged from Life Esidimeni to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. And unfortunately, she was not given all the IDs of all the patients who were discharged to Cullinan. Do you know anything about that, or rather, what is your comment to that?
My comment is I have no knowledge of that, ma'am.
Okay. As please the court, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, I'm going to refer you to page 408. Is Rochelle Gordon's statement. Paragraph 6. Can you kindly read it?
I'm there now.
Can you
Okay.
can
Paragraph
you,
6.
Yes, can you please read paragraph 6, and when you are done, please let me know.
Okay. I'm done, ma'am.
It's a long paragraph. Are you done already? Just look at it.
Yes, ma'am. It's only 6, or must I read through Tsepong and all that? I just read the first paragraph.
Yes, the first paragraph. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Jacobus. And regarding that, my lady, I would like to bring it to the attention of this honorable court through this statement that according to Rochelle Gordon, in line number in line number 8 to 9, she said not all the patients were in possession of identity documents. These are the patients from Life Esidimeni, my lady. And this is in corroboration of the testimony that my client is gonna come and give before this honorable court that she was not given all the identity documents by Life Esidimeni of all the patients, my lady. And Ms. Jacobus,
yes.
any comment?
I comment is I wasn't, remember I've stated that we were divided into different teams. I was not assigned in the transfer of patients. I was not involved in there. I was assigned in beds and to support the NGOs as mentioned before.
So you have no knowledge of this?
IDs, no, ma'am.
Yes, continue.
As pleased, honorable court. Ms. Jacobus, as you were the person who were assigned to be in charge of these two NGOs, Enka and Siabadinga, I would like to put it to you that my client, Matlodi Daphne Ndlovu, will testify before this court that at the time when patients were discharged to Siabadinga and Enka, she also handed over the SASSA grant cards of this patient as instructed by management of CCRC to which the CEO, Mrs. Nyatlu, so that those two NGOs could continue to draw money from those SASSA grants and provide for the mental health patients under their care. Any comment to that?
Ma'am, as I've said, I wasn't, I didn't look in minute, but I've been informed by Mrs. Dorothy Franks that she did receive the SESA cards. So she had those in her possession after the transfer of the patients. That day is the following day when all the discharge documents and medication and other things were brought over to Enka House.
Oh.
Siabadinga, I cannot comment on that.
Okay. And you testified, or rather you said yesterday during cross-examination by Advocate Foster that that the NGOs were struggling, and you mentioned Siabadinga in particular with regard to the issue of food. Do you recall that?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So I'm putting it to you that Siabadinga was in possession of the SASSA grants card of patients. So they were able to draw money and buy food for the patients.
Yes, my comment to that, Council, is at a later stage on my visit, when I asked Mrs. Munorile about the food situation, she informed me that at times also they receive food from Cullinan CCRC. They could manage to get food, and they had 3 people that was donating. I think it was veggies or something like that on a regular basis.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. The issue of discharge, again, discharge, the process of the patients being discharged from CCRC to Cullinan Care, to the 2 NGOs, to Anchor and Siabadinga. Sorry for that, my lady. During cross-examination yesterday by Advocate Foster, Ms. Jacobus, you said, or rather you were asked by Ms. Foster as to whose decision was it that patients should be discharged from Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center to Anchor and Siabadinga. And your answer was, I do not know. Do you recall that?
No, I think Ms. Foster's question was in general to the NGOs. At Cullinan, I cannot speak again on behalf of Siabadinga, but the Anchor House specifically, because the manager was phoned by a person at CCRC, I think it was a matron, that patients would be coming. Mrs. Dorothy Frank informed me that she will be receiving patients. So I was then waiting there for the patients to come. When the patients came and I discussed with the matron, then she says the CEO says that they should bring the patients over. I've asked that the CEO should be contacted. It was long after hours. The CEO came to back to the hospital. We discussed it and she says she was instructed to transfer the patients from CCRC to Anchor House because she would receive patients from Life Esidimeni the following morning.
Ms. Jacobus, you are changing your testimony of yesterday. That
is what happened.
Okay, in any event, it is okay. But what we said yesterday is what I've earlier on put to you, that you said you do not know whose decision was it to touch patients from CCRC to Anchor and Siabadinga. I'm going to refer you to page 28600.
Let the witness wants to say something, please.
Before you go there, I've said Anchor, I've got knowledge of. Siabadinga, I have no knowledge whose decision it was and who transferred the patients there.
Yes.
I put to you that was never said yesterday. I'm going to refer you to page 28600.
28600.
Are you still assisting me? Miss Margaret? 28600.
Yes, my lady.
I'm trying, my lady doesn't want to assist the court to the correct page. As soon
No,
as
I got it. Thank you. You have directed me. Thank you. $28600.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, that's the correct page. Thank you.
I'm going to start from line 2. Advocate Adila Hassim. That is not correct.
Can we check if the witness has got the page?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Advocate Adila Hassim. That is not correct. I'm going to put it to you that is not true. You were responsible for moving patients from Cullinan to Anchor and Siabadinga. Is that not so? This is your testimony, Ms. Jacobus, at the arbitration hearing. So it was being put to you here that you were responsible for moving patients from Cullinan to Anchor and Siabadinga. And you responded here in line 5, Ms. Hannah Jacobus, no, madam, I was not responsible to remove patients from Cullinan to Siabadinga. And Advocate Adila Hassim, and to Anchor, Miss Hannah Jacobus? No, madam, I was not removing any patients to any NGO. Line 10, Advocate Adila Hassim. So then Dr. Manamela's testimony was that you called her to inform her that patients will be transferred from Cullinan to Anchor House because of the shortage of space, that she agreed with your plan. What do you say to that?
That is to Anchor House, yes.
You responded here, you said, yes, madam, I called Dr. Manamela. Can I explain Justice Advocate Adila Hassim? Yes. Ms. Hannah Jacobus, with the transfer of patients from Cullinan to Anchor, when the patients was transferred, it was a lot of patients. My lady, I'm proceeding to the next page.
Yes, continue. We can hear as you are reading, yes.
A lot of patients. That will overcrowd the ward. So I dealt with it with the managers and with the CEO, and they said there is nothing they can do. So I called Dr. Manamela to alert her on this. Advocate Adila Hassim, sorry, Miss Hannah Jacobus, it was more than what the capacity of the ward could take. When Dr. Manamela said we will sort it out, Advocate Adila Hassim, so you did transfer patients from Cullinan. Miss Hannah Jacobus, I did not transfer the patients were transferred by the CEO to Anchor. I did not transfer at all, madam. Who recommended the transfers? Miss Hannah Jacobus. According, as I'm saying, Dr. Manamela was, according to all the discussions that we had afterwards, Dr. Manamela was responsible for informing people where the patients should be transferred to. I'm still proceeding a little bit, my lady.
Yes,
Advocate Adila Hassim, you called Dr. Manamela, Miss Hannah Jacobus, when the patients was at the Anchor doorstep, because when I saw the amount of patients, I counted them. When I look at the bedding, I said, but this is not, it cannot be sort of accepted. So I went, the managers were still there that brought the patients over. So I asked them to take the other patients back, and they said they were instructed they are not going to do that. So I insist to have the CEO. The CEO was gone already. It was late at night. So and there was an interjection there. Arbitrator Justice Musaneke, from where were the patients brought there? Miss Hannah Jacobus, from Cullinan Justice. So when the CEO came, she came in from home and she said she was instructed by Dr. Manamela to make way for other patients to come to Cullinan. So she must just leave the patients there. Advocate Adila Hassim. So it was Manamela's instruction, Dr. Manamela's instruction. You are saying, I'm finishing, my lady. Miss Hannah Jacobus, yes, madam. Advocate Adila Hassim. So when she says that you called her to inform her that there will be patients transferred from Cullinan to Anchor because of the shortage of space at Cullinan, she was lying. My lady, the reason why I'm reading this sort of like many pages, I don't want to leave something out.
Yes, continue. It's making sense. Continue.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. And I'm proceeding to page 28603, which will be my last page, and regarding this issue. Miss Hannah Jacobus, madam, can I just explain again, counsel? I did not phone Arbitrator Justice Musaneke. Let us answer the question first. Miss Hannah Jacobus, no. Arbitrator Justice Musaneke, then can you explain? Miss Hannah Jacobus, I did not call her. Advocate Adila Hassim, you did not call her. Miss Hannah Jacobus responded and told her about the transfer because there was an interjection there again. Line 10, Advocate Adila Hassim, you did not. Miss Hannah Jacobus, no, I called her when the patients was already transferred and at Anchor. Advocate Adila Hassim, now who transferred them? Had they been discharged according to doctor's orders? Line 15, Miss Hannah Jacobus, I do not know how the patients was discharged, but they were coming from Cullinan Center. Ms. Jacobus, can you then clarify this court today in line of all the confusions there, inconsistencies there in the arbitration record regarding who actually made the decision that the patients should be moved from CCRC to Anchor and Siabadinga?
Council, my recollection again, I don't know who made the decision, but my interaction and support and participation in this process was when the Anchor House manager informed me that she will be receiving patients. And remember at that stage her ward was still empty from Cullinan. So then I asked her, I wasn't on the premises then, I asked her what time will the patients be coming? She says she doesn't know. So I said to her, as soon as we finish where we were, I'll come over. I went over. When I got there, the patients was not yet there. When the patients came over, it was it was about 3 or 4 staff members that was accompanying the patients. Then I asked them, because as I've said in previous statements, I asked them, but Anchor House supposed to care for children and adolescents. Can't they take back the adult patients and exchange them the following morning with children? Can't they take the patients back? Then they answered me and says, no, they cannot. They were instructed to bring the patients. So I said, I'm going to speak to the CEO. They should just wait a minute. When I was about to walk over to Cullinan, to the hospital side, they told me that the CEO's already gone home. She's not there. Remember, this was long after hours. This is my statement, ma'am. You've asked for my statement.
No, but you are not answering my question. I have to help you. You are not answering my question, ma'am. My question is, from what I've just read, I'm hoping that as I'm reading your testimony at the arbitration record, Ms. Jacobus, is helping you to refresh your memory. So I'm saying to you that from your arbitration testimony, it is not actually clear who, according to you, made the decision that patients should be transferred from CCRC to Anchor and to Siabadinga. So I'm saying in line with what I've just read to you, as I've helped you to refresh your memory, who then has made the decision to discharge patients from CCRC to Anchor and Siabadinga, despite you having testified yesterday that you don't know who made such decision. So can you help
Do you know, number 1, 2, just explain to us what was the reason for you to call Dr. Manamela, and what was happening at the time? Where were the patients? Were they already transferred or not? That is the crux of what is appearing in that record.
Okay, my lady.
Please just, we don't want a long explanation. Just explain to us as to these 3 questions. Yes.
Who made the decision to transfer the patients? I cannot say that, ma'am. I have no collection or discussion with that. I did not, as I've said, if you see with Mrs. Advocate Hassam, I've said I didn't call Dr. Manamela. I called the CEO to discuss the transfer of the patients.
As please the court, my lady, I'm going to refer this honorable court and the witness as well to, and colleagues as well, to page 30813, which is exhibit, which is under exhibit ELA 64.
Under exhibit?
ELA 64. But it's page 30813. The specific page that I'm gonna deal with now is page 30813. Are you there, Ms. Jacobus?
Yes, Council.
Yes, I'm also there.
As please the court, my lady, I'm gonna read this document into the record, and from there, I'm gonna ask Ms. Jacobus to comment.
Yes,
As please the court, my lady, this an MHCA 3 form is written Department of Health Discharge Report, Section 16 or 56 of the Act. Full name, Mpofu Khotso David. ID number, space there is blank. Date of birth, 1995 May 31, or estimated age, 21 years. Gender, male. Is hereby discharged from Cullinan Care and Rehab Center on 9 May 2016. Date of discharge. Comments: mental health care user is discharged to Siabadinga NGO. Print initials and surname: MPO Nyatu. Signature: head of health establishment. So the person who signed there is the head of the health establishment, which is Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, my lady. The date, it appears to me to be the
9th of May.
9th of May.
2016, yes.
Yes, my lady, the 9th of May 2016. Copy to review board, head of prison, and head of national department as applicable. So from what I've just read, Miss Jacobus, I put it to you that the CEO,
Yes,
Cullinan, is the one who made the decision, or who was responsible in making the decision of discharging patients from CCRC to Anchor and Siabadinga. What is your comment?
ma'am, in terms of discharging to Siabadinga, I cannot answer. I don't know. In terms of Anchor House, as I've said, the CEO came to the hospital. We discussed, and her comment to me was that she has to send the patients to Anchor House because she has to make way. She had to prepare for beds for patients that will be discharged from Life Esidimeni the following morning.
So, do you agree with me that the CEO was responsible, or rather was the one who took the decision to discharge patients from CCRC to Anchor? Do you agree?
No, ma'am, I don't agree.
What we see here, this particular patient, we shouldn't put words into the witness mouth. This particular patient, according to this discharge report, it only talks about Siabadinga.
Yes, my lady, but the witness herself said the CEO told her that she is going to discharge patients from CCRC to Anchor because she's expecting patients from Life Esidimeni, and that is what actually happened. So that is why I'm making follow up to her, my lady, to say that am I correct? Yes, my lady, that with regard to Anchor as well, despite the fact that the document that I've referred the witness to in the Honorable Court is only speaking about Siabadinga. So, but regarding what you have just said, Ms. Jacobus, before this court, that the CEO told you that she's discharging patient to Anchor, do you agree with me that she's the one who took that decision?
No, counsel, you must listen properly. My answer to you was that when I called the CEO to come back to the hospital, in our discussions, she said to me...
Oh, just a second. What is happening, Mr. Chawangu?
As a court process, my lady, I think my system is misbehaving. I wanted to object, but I think it's a technical issue.
Is there no one to assist you?
My lady, I'm dealing with it now.
Can we just wait for the objection?
Yes, my lady, as you wait for the objection, can I just raise an issue with what the witness has just said to me?
I think I'm right now, my lady. There's a court, please.
Okay, continue.
My lady, the witness said to me that I must listen. So I don't think as an officer of the court is a good language for her to talk to me like that.
I didn't pick that up because there was this interruption. Yeah, oh, yes.
Yeah, she said so. So it is not a good language for her to use it to me as an officer of the court who is helping this court in this proceeding. So she must treat me with respect, as please the court, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. You please be mindful of your language. Even yourself, don't get emotional when you cross-examine the witness. I mean, you start yourself, and then the next thing, when the response comes, then it becomes a problem. Please learn to respect both of us, both of you. Learn to respect each other. Mrs. Jacobs.
Yes,
Just
my
mind
lady.
your language when you speak to counsel, please. Thank you.
Sorry, my lady, but I thought maybe I would just want to
Yes,
work
but
myself.
it was not. I mean, the way
sorry.
I understood it, it was not inappropriate. You were polite, but I'm just saying, just be careful with the language that you
Okay,
use. That's why I'm
ma'am.
saying, Ms. Njerera must also cool down, calm down. Okay, Mr.
Cancel what I've said earlier
Okay.
on.
You want to finish that
can
before
I proceed?
Mr. I think there was an objection to this. That's why I'm allowing Mr. Shabangu to deal with it first.
Can I proceed, ma'am?
No, wait
Cancel?
for Mr. Shabangu. Yes, there is an objection.
Okay.
It could be an objection to that particular question that you are trying to answer. All right, thank you, Mr. Shabangu.
As a court, please, my lady, I object, my lady, to the line of questioning by my other colleague in respect of the answer that who was responsible in discharging the patient from Kalinen to Anchor and Sebadinga. This witness has already mentioned several times that the CEO was instructed by Dr. Manamela, my lady. So I object to the issue that my learned colleague put to the witness that is it the CEO, it was the decision of the CEO based only on the discharge form, my lady.
Yes, Ms. Njerera.
And as please the court, my lady, I don't understand the basis of my learned colleague subjection number one. The form that I have read into the record is very much clear as to who authorized the discharge of the patient.
Yes.
From CCRC to Siabadinga. There is no dispute about that, and my learned colleague just have to accept that his client's signature is there. She was the head of the establishment. She's the one who authorized the discharge of patient from CCRC to Siabadinga. So regarding the issue of the witness of me maybe persisting with asking Mrs. Jacobus as to who made the decision to move patients from CCRC to Anchor. It is because of what is contained in your testimony at the arbitration. Okay. She mentioned in the arbitration, she mentioned that the person who ordered the discharge, it was Mrs. Nyado. When she was being cross-examined further, she changed and she said it was Dr. Manamela. When she was being cross-examined further, she was sort of like going up and down, changing and changing and changing. So I was trying to help her to say that with this form now and with what is contained in the arbitration record, who can you say before this court was the person who made the decision to discharge patients from CCRC to Anchor and Siabadinga? So I don't understand why my learned colleague have to object about this, because it is something which is on record already. The witness has already said it already that it was the CEO who told her that she will be discharging patients to Anchor. And with regard to Siabadinga, we are having a form here. So I don't understand why my learned colleague is raising an objection.
As the court pleases, my lady, the issue is the current witness has testified that the CEO mentioned that she was instructed by Dr. Manamela. And now, yes, we have a discharge form. The decision to discharge is from whom? We were not sure. My colleague can elaborate if whether the CEO was instructed or not to discharge. That's the crux of the matter.
Thank you.
please, my lady.
Can the witness answer the question? Thank you.
Ma'am, can I just clarify to
Yes,
counsel?
I want you to clarify what was read to you also.
I want to just this report that's in front of me, in the discharge report.
Come again?
The discharge report.
Yes.
The discharge report will be signed off by an instructive person within that institution to complete and finalize that report.
Yes.
And it will not say that that person is responsible of transferring a person.
Meaning,
the discharge
as
report was signed by Dr. Wadvala, and it won't say that she made the decision to send the patients out. So
Okay.
the discharge report is different from transferring patients from one institution to another.
So does that mean that now we have got this discharge form? It was signed by Mrs. Nyako. Are you saying she's not the one who authorized the transfer?
No, ma'am, I cannot say that. I'm just explaining about
from the example that you have given for the court to understand. I mean, you have seen the report.
Yes.
And it is clear from the report that the signature there on the discharge form is the signature of the CEO of CCRC, Mrs. Nyako. And
yes.
It is the transfer of this particular patient, Mr. Mpofu, from the CCRC to Siabadinga.
And then in that case...
So what are you trying to imply from what you explained to the court? Are you saying the person whose signature appears there cannot be said to be the person who is responsible for authorizing the transfer of that particular person? Or maybe the court doesn't understand you. Just clarify this.
Yes, that is in general, ma'am, what I'm saying. If you take a life Esidimeni discharge report, it wasn't signed off by the CEO, it was signed by the presenting Dr. Wadvala. So my explanation to this is I don't know what the actions and responsibilities at CCRC is, because each hospital has their own set of protocols in terms of what happens when. So that is what I'm trying to bring over here.
So you can't say as to what you can't comment on this particular one to say that means automatically that particular person who signed is the one who authorized the transfer.
Yes, ma'am, I cannot.
Because of what you explained, the difference between life Esidimeni and CCRC.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. On that note, I see it's 23 minutes past 11. Can we take the tea adjournment? And then we will resume at 22. Quarter to 11. Quarter to 12. The witness is warned. Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
As a court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Ms. Njerera, where are you? The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Can we continue?
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
This has been clarified. Can you please continue?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Ms. Jacobus.
Yes, Counsel.
Yes. My next question, or rather, my next question to you, it will be in the form of a statement, or after having read after having read the discharge form of Mr. Kutso,
David Mpofu.
yes, my lady, and also having read your testimony at the arbitration hearing, it is clear as to who actually did the discharge, or rather who actually took the decision to discharge patients from CCRC to Anchor and Siabadinga. And then my client, or rather my client, Mahlori Daphne Ndlovu, she's gonna testify and tell this honorable court that she was not responsible, or rather she was not responsible to discharge patients from CCRC to any of the NGOs, being Anchor and Siabadinga. What is your comment to that?
I have no knowledge what happened there, Counsel. I can't answer that.
But do you know Mahlori Daphne Ndlovu? Do you know her?
Yes, Counsel.
She's a social worker. She was a social worker at Cullinan during the time of the Life Esidimeni project. Do you know that, right?
Yes, Counsel.
And that as a social worker, discharging patients, it will be beyond the scope of your duties and responsibilities. Do you agree with me?
I can't agree, Counsel. As I've said earlier on, I don't know what the protocols are at CCRC in terms of execution of duties.
Okay. No, it's fine, but that is what she will tell the court, that she did not discharge any patient. It is not her duties and responsibilities. She will tell the court that patients were discharged by the head of the establishment, Mrs. Nyato. What is your comment to that?
I cannot again comment on that, Counsel. I don't know the protocols and execution of duties at the CCRC hospital.
Okay. I'm going to refer you to page 23604. 23604 is still Ms. Diane Noyele's testimony at the arbitration hearing. 23604, my lady. I'm going to read from line 5.
Yes, Counsel.
Arbitrator Justice Musaneke, but who permitted you, sorry, Counsel? Who gave you the authority to take the patients into your custody? How did that happen? Who said I authorize you to look after these patients? This was Justice Musaneke to Ms. Diane Noyele, and Ms. Diane Noyele responded, Justice, to be honest, I will not say somebody just came and said you are authorized to take care of the patients. I remember that the patients were transferred to us by the hospital, and that was made. Interjection there. Arbitrator Justice Musaneke, who transferred the patients? Ms. Diane Noyele, the CEO of the hospital at the time, Ms. Nyatlu. And that was made known by Ms. Nyatlu to Dr. Manamela and Ms. Hannah Jacobus. Hence, they came into the organization a number of times, even when we were having the patients already, and I remember. What is your comment?
My comment, Counsel, is again, I became known of Siabadinga at the time of the deaths, where Dr. Manamela gave me the instruction to go to CCRC to investigate the deaths of the 7 deaths and to also get the documentation of those patients. And that was the first time of my visit at the CCRC at Siabadinga.
I'm not gonna pursue that anymore. I've already indicated you.
You've done that sufficiently. You leave that for argument. Continue.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Mrs. Jacobus, can you please tell this honorable court, as you were the person who was assigned to the GO and Siabadinga, as to who physically took the patients or who physically moved the patients from CCRC to Anchor and to Siabadinga? Who did that? Can you tell the court, please?
Yes, Counsel. With the patients that was moved to Siabadinga, I have no knowledge about that. To the Anchor House was when the staff of Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center brought the patients over to Anchor House.
But who?
The staff of CRC. I did not take roll call of the nurses that was escorting the patients.
But you were there, you could see that nurses were escorting patients
Yes,
from CCRC to Anchor. That is what you observed?
Yes. Yes, my lady.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Again, on the same page that we're currently in now, from line 16, arbitrator Justice Musaneka asked the same question that I've just now, who physically brought the patients to you, and this was a question to Ms. Diana Noile, and Ms. Diana Noile, my lady, responded and by saying the patients were physically brought by the sisters of the hospital CCRC. I think one of them was Sister Mguni and the matron of CCRC at that time, Sister Masiho. What's your comment to this?
My comment, Counsel. The patients was brought over only by the nursing personnel to Anchor House. The matron wasn't on the premises at that stage, and I've asked the chief matron to contact the CEO to come back to the hospital so that we could discuss the patients that were sent to Anchor. The matron, the CEO came back and we had the discussion as stated earlier on.
I'm talking about the testimony of Ms. Diana Noile, the Chief Executive Officer, as you call herself, of Siabadinga. At Siabadinga, this is what happened according to the lady who was in charge there, that patients were brought to her by sisters of the hospital CCRC. She even mentioned them by name, by names. She said Sister Mguni and the matron of the CCRC at the time, who was Sister Masiho. What is your comment to this?
Yes, Counsel, I see the statement, but I cannot comment on the present during that time with the transfer of patients from CCRC to Siabadinga.
Okay. And then, my lady, I will proceed to the next page. I'll read further down to the next page, 2360. Before I actually go to 3605, I will read line 20 of page 23604.
Line
20, where the arbitrator
Continue.
Yes, please, the court. Arbitrator Justice Musaneke, Sister Wu, and Ms. Diana Noile replied by saying, Masiho, page 23605, my lady, line 1. Arbitrator Justice Musaneke, Masiho, Ms. Diana Noile replied, yes. The first bench of the patients, when we received the patient for the first time, Ms. Nyatlu was there as well. What is your comment to this?
What about Masiho?
Masiho
is Sister Masiho. Okay.
Yes, my lady.
I had this Masiho in mind. Okay.
Yes, Counsel, can I answer?
Yes, Mr. Gomez.
I see the statement again, Counsel, and as I've said, I cannot answer that. I don't know. I wasn't present with the transfers of those patients to Siabadinga.
Ma'am, the reason I'm asking you all these questions is what I've shown you from the beginning of my cross-examination, and what we have also agreed upon, that you were put to be in charge of these two facilities, Anchor and Siabadinga. So as you were put to be in charge of these facilities, one would expect you to know about all these things, what actually happened, who brought the patients, who said the patients must be brought in here. That is the reason why I'm asking all this. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes, Council.
Yes.
Lady,
And
I want to object to this line of questioning. The witness already testified she was not present
The
during that
answer
point.
has been given. Just a second. Are you still repeating the same question, Ms. Njerere? I think the witness has already answered. You're just going to get the same answer. She has been persistent to say that she doesn't have any knowledge as to what was happening in Siabadinga because she wasn't there.
Yes, my lady, but what I'm trying to put before this honorable court is to show this court that as the witness before court now was assigned to be in charge
Yes.
of Anchor.
We understand that, and that is the context in which you have been asking all these questions. What you are saying now is not new. It's what you said when you introduced the questions to the witness.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Yes, please continue.
Mrs. Jacobus, even regarding this aspect, it is my client's instruction, Dave Nimatlori Ndlovu, that she was not involved as well in physically moving the patients from CCRC, despite her working the social worker, to either Anchor or Siabadinga. Any comment on that, as the person who was in charge of the NGOs?
Council, let me just rectify your terminology. I wasn't in charge of all these NGOs. My instruction was, and our deliberation with these NGOs was, to supervise, monitor, and support these NGOs. And again, I do not have any knowledge in terms of transfer of patients from CCRC to Siabadinga. My only knowledge is the ones that was transferred from CCRC to Anchor. That is where my intervention was.
Continue.
Oh, yes, please, the court, my lady. I'm going to refer you, Miss Jacobus, to page 286-25. Is your testimony at the arbitration hearing?
Is there anybody still assisting me to direct me to the pages? Thank you. It's done already. Thank you, Sasha. Yes. Is the witness there already?
Yes, my lady.
Continue, Ms. Njerere.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. My apologies, my lady. Before I could read that particular page where I've just referred the witness to, I just want to ask the witness one question before I actually read
that particular page. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Jacobus, can you please tell the court if any pre-audit was done? I'm done with the issue of how these people were discharged to Siabadinga and Anchor. And now, what about the issue of pre-audit? You were assigned to the NGOs, I mean to Anchor and Siabadinga. So was any pre-audit done on this on Anchor and Siabadinga before the patients were placed there?
Council, in terms of anchor, yes, an inspection was done. And all those that I've said earlier on that what happened during our inspection at Siabadinga, it was not done.
Can you tell the court as to why it did not happen at
Because, Council, I wasn't aware of the existence of Siabadinga until the time I was instructed to go there for the deaths of the patients. And when I arrived at Siabadinga, there was already patients placed there. But before that, I had no knowledge of Siabadinga.
Okay. So that issue that you had no knowledge of Siabadinga, I will leave it for argument because it's not supported by the testimony of other witnesses that I have referred you to as
Yes, we have passed that. I think you've gone through that.
As please the court, my lady. This page that I've referred just this page, my lady, into the record.
Yes, you can.
Yes, please the court, my lady. Line 1, advocate. Sorry, my lady, just a second. Advocate Adila Hassim, you say she was lying when she said so, Miss Hannah Jacobus. Yes, counsel, yes. And Advocate Adila Hassim, and did you tell Miss Noila that there was a lot of time pressure and that the irregular license and the subsidies and so on will be sorted out later? Miss Hannah Jacobus, no, counsel. Advocate Adila Hassim, and it is correct that there was no audit of Siabadinga before patients were moved there. Miss Hannah Jacobus, yes. Advocate Adila Hassim, is that so? Miss Hannah Jacobus, yes, counsel. Advocate Adila Hassim, and there were no doctors or professional nurses at Siabadinga, is that not so? Yes, counsel. Advocate Adila Hassim, in fact, there was not a single staff member at Siabadinga qualified to care for mental health users. Is that not so? Yes, counsel. Advocate Adila Hassim, is it also correct that medicine was being dispensed by auxiliary nurses who were not permitted to dispense? Yes, that was my observation, yes. And while you knew all of this page 28626, my lady, and while you knew all of this, you still transferred further patient from Life Esidimeni to Siabadinga. Then you responded by saying, I'm not aware of patients being transferred to Siabadinga Medium from Life. I'm not aware of that.
From Life, did you want to say Life Esidimeni?
Oh,
yes, my lady.
Okay, should it be taken as such?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, continue.
Yes, and then Advocate Adila Hassim, from Kalning to Siabadinga in order to make space for Life Esidimeni patients. Yes. Miss Hannah Jacobus, yes, previously I only heard about a few patients afterwards that was instructed by Dr. Manamela to be sent to Siabadinga. Okay. Mrs. Jacobus, from your testimony here at the arbitration hearing, I would like you to comment on a few aspects. Number one, I would like you to comment on the issue of the license of Siabadinga.
Yes, ma'am.
We have spoken about the issue of the audit. We have agreed that there was no audit done for Siabadinga. And then what about the issue of the license?
There was no license for Siabadinga, ma'am.
And where was that so?
According to my knowledge at that time, the person that was prepared for after the Vescopis meeting, the Sterpentin meeting, It was a Mr. Wagner that was supposed to open up a service on CS. Mr. Wagner.
Wagner.
CSR Wagner.
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 Okay.
And at the time of me going to Siabadinga in terms of the deaths, I was, when the matron took us over to the NGO, I thought we would find a Mr. Wagner. When we came there, I was introduced by the by Mrs. Newley, and I've asked her where the manager is, Mr. Wagner. Then she told me that there's no Mr. Wagner. She is the manager, and she introduced herself. So with the inspections, and remember the inspections were done for all the prospective NGOs, and that was previously, it was for Life Disciples, Mr. Wagner. That was the license that was made out, not for Siabadinga.
Okay. And then under line 13, it is indicated here, it is indicated here, sorry my lady for that. I'm going very sorry. Advocate Adela Hassim, and there were no doctors or professional nurses at Siabadinga. Is that not so? Yes, Council. What is your comment to this, Mrs. Jacobus, taking into account what we have told this court earlier?
I remember when I went for the deaths to investigate that, I was asking all those questions to Ms. Norile, which she told me there was no professional staff on the premises, only the auxiliary nurses. And then she had admin staff and care workers.
Yes.
Yeah, but I will ask you the same question that I asked you earlier, Ore. What started first between Mrs. Noile testifying at the arbitration hearing and also this issue of them not having doctors and professional nurses?
Can you just repeat your question again, Council? Sorry.
Let me.
No, you can just repeat. I didn't hear properly what you've asked.
Okay, I said I will ask you the question that I asked you earlier to say that between Ms. Noile testifying at the arbitration hearing and her not having professional staff, what started first?
What?
What started?
I didn't.
This is a question that was asked previously. Miss Merritt, let me hear.
My lady, also, I do not understand the question. Surely the nursing staff would have come before the evidence that was heard in the arbitration.
It's not clear. The question is not clear. Can you please rephrase, Miss Mjerere?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Mrs. Jacobus, you testified at the arbitration hearing that there were no doctors or professional nurses at Siabadinga. Do you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
But earlier you said you had arranged 17, you have arranged with Ms. More for 17 nurses. I'm sort of like showing you here that even in your own testimony at the arbitration hearing, that aspect of you having communicated with Ms. More to bring nurses to help at Siabadinga is not there because it did not happen.
Council, maybe I wasn't clear enough. What I've said was my first interception with Siabadinga was to go and investigate the deaths. Then I was placed at Siabadinga and Cullinan to monitor and support these two NGOs. And as my testimony that I've said earlier on, because of my not being able to support Siabadinga, then I realized that the communication and the attitude of nurses, I felt like a threat to them. And then I found Dr. Manamela and I said, I'm worried and we cannot go on like this. She must please come. I'll set up a meeting, or she must set up a meeting so that we can support the NGO. Then Dr. Manamela came with a team. And it was only after that that the nurses was provided to Siabadinga to assist. When I explained to Mrs. More, she must send enough nurses so that we can start on a baseline with assessment files and everything for the NGO.
So this investigation that you are talking about, where you were told by Ms. Nodile that they didn't have any supporting structure, the nurses, whoever was,
Yes.
Yes. When was it done? Was
Yes.
it prior to you calling Dr. Manamela so that a meeting could be arranged for them to give you support? Or
Yes,
when
ma'am.
okay, and then all these arrangements only came in after you had that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Mjerere?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. But the point I'm trying to make before court, though it is a legal of a it's a legal of repetition, is that Ms. Jacobus, in your testimony at the arbitration hearing, you make no mention of the assistance that you have provided to this NGO. You have testified here, you are telling Judge Musaneke of the problems that were at the NGO. But I'm not hearing you here, or rather reading it here, with you testifying that yes, there were no doctors or professional nurses at Siabadinga, but this is what I have done to fix the problem.
Ma'am, I don't know how to answer that. And remember, in terms of answering similar like this court, I was asked to just answer what is being asked for.
Okay, I will leave it for arguments, my lady. Can you please tell this honorable court as to how much was the capacity of Siabadinga?
I have no knowledge about that prior to that, ma'am.
But you were assigned to this NGO. How were you helping this NGO if you didn't even know the capacity?
Counsel, as I've said,
supposed to have.
I tried to intervene at Siabadinga. I wasn't allowed to go into the ward. I did not see any paperwork. I did not see any patient files. I had nothing in the hand of Siabadinga. That is why I cannot answer that.
But are you not saying after the meeting with the MEC, then you were given support to assist?
Yes, yes, my lady.
So this question of capacity, can't it be answered with relevance to the time you started getting cooperation?
I can roughly more or less, but I can't say for certain. There were, I think, 28 patients in that ward, and they had 7 patients in another ward further down the passage.
I'm asking about the number of patients that Siabadinga could accommodate at that particular time. How many?
I've just answered that now, Counsel. I said I speak under correction, but they had 28 in the one ward, and then 7 in another ward further down the passage.
But my question to you, Ms. Jacobus, I want to know the capacity. How much was it allowed to accommodate?
Not how many were there at the time.
Oh, the capacity. That, Counsel, I cannot answer. That Siabadinga wasn't inspected, and we didn't measure the place, how many patients could be taken in by Siabadinga.
But as someone who was assigned to be in charge of this NGO, are these not the basic things that we're supposed to be able to tell this court, the basic things that we're supposed to know?
Like Counsel, as I've said earlier on, during the time of inspections of all the NGOs, Siabadinga was not, to my knowledge, in existence. All the other NGOs were inspected. I only became known of Siabadinga when I was sent there to investigate the 7 deaths. Then I saw there was patients, and then I became known of Siabadinga.
Okay, as the person who was assigned to be in charge of Siabadinga, I'm going to persist on this issue because that is what you have testified about at the arbitration hearing, and you did not yet told me that, or told this court that you are not standing by that testimony. You have said you were assigned to be in charge of this NGO Siabadinga. So do you know, ma'am, if there was overcrowding at Siabadinga of patients or not?
Ma'am, as I've said before, I cannot answer overcrowding. I did not see the ward. I wasn't in the ward. I wasn't allowed to go in the ward. So I cannot answer that question.
So I put it to you that the only reason why you cannot answer this question is because you were not executing your duties properly and to the detriment of the mental health care users.
No, ma'am, that is not true.
Lady, I'm going to object.
Yeah, okay, just continue because I wanted to say something. Let's hear you.
It's an unfair question to this witness. She already testified on several occasions that she wasn't present, she cannot comment, so this is an unfair question.
Ms. Minjerera, these questions regarding Siabadinga, the witness has on several occasions answered that she did not know about the existence of Siabadinga. And at the time the inspections were done at all the other NGOs, Siabadinga didn't exist. And she keeps on giving you the same answer.
I understand that, my lady.
Yes, it has been sufficiently canvassed. Maybe you can just leave that for argument.
As please the court, my lady. As please the court. Yes, I will do that. The reason why I was persisting is because what she has told this court is not what other witnesses that I have referred to.
Yes, but you've been putting the same things to her to say your evidence is not consistent with what the other witnesses testified at the arbitration, isn't it?
As please the court, my lady. Mrs. Jacobus, can you tell the court then how much was the capacity of Anchor NGO, Anchor House?
The capacity of Anchor House, the first that was brought over by Caledon CRC, I think it was 32 patients.
No, Ms. Jacobus.
The capacity was 25, sorry, the capacity was 25 beds.
Per ward?
Not per ward, for that specific ward that was occupied by Anchor.
How many wards were occupied by Anchor?
If I could speak under correction, because I think we've counted 32 patients that was brought over to Anchor.
But as far as you recall, how many wards were there?
There were, at first there was only one ward for Anchor, the one on the left-hand side, I think it was 5A, And then at a later stage, Anchor was given another ward, which Dr. Manamela identified, and that was 5B. And the capacity was also 25 beds.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know if there was overcrowding at Anchor House or not?
Yes, more patients has been placed than the number of beds that was available at that stage.
How many patients? Sorry, my lady.
Excuse me?
How many patients were there at Anchor?
I think in the first ward, I think it was 32 in the first ward because they had to add more beds.
In the first ward?
30 or 32 beds, 30 patients.
While it was supposed to be 25.
Yes, my lady.
And on the second ward?
I speak under correction. I think the second ward had 32 patients. Because the second ward beds was up to the reception area.
I put it to you that the total number of patients who were at Anchor is far more than what you have just indicated. Any comment with it?
As I've said, I cannot say for sure, but I know from that first evening when the patients was transferred, it was 30 patients, because I've counted the patients as 30.
Okay.
Yes, please, the court.
And yes, ma'am.
Yes, continue.
And then the second ward. And remember that time the pace of transferring and admission of patients was very fast and more hectic. When the bus arrived, there were, let me just subtract 25 and from 14. There were about 11 patients in the second ward that was placed by Anchor. And then when they were informed, patients would be sent to them. And that was when I found Dr. Manamela and says, please only send 14 patients because there's only 14 open beds. And then, as I've said in earlier statements, I'm sure I don't need to repeat, my lady, because I've already said what happened.
Okay. Ms. Jacobus, I'm going to refer you to page 30282. 30282. That is exhibit L11.
9302.
L11. But the specific page that I want us to talk about is page 30297.
30297.
Yes.
30297. 302. Mr. Lynch. Yes, Council.
Yes.
My lady, can I read this document into the record? Some of it.
Yes, you can.
Not everything. Yes, please, the court, my lady. It's written Gauteng Province, Republic of South Africa, Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. List of discharge MHCUs from CCRC to Siabadinga. And
yes, ma'am.
Yes, and if you check from
where was just before you proceed, you have just recently, okay, you dealt with Siabadinga where she said she doesn't have any knowledge, then you went to Anchor, okay, because you have just asked her about Anchor. All right, continue.
My apologies for that, my lady. Yeah, so this document, Mrs. Jacobus, if you look
Yes.
from column number 1 there, which
Yes,
is
Council.
number, it contains a list of 73 patients who were discharged from CCRC to Siabadinga.
Yes, Council.
And then from what you have testified, or rather from what you have just said before this court, the number of patients who were discharged from CCRC to Siabadinga is far way beyond the capacity of Siabadinga. Do you agree with me?
But just
Council,
before she answers, just a second before she answers, these questions where she was asked about the numbers, the capacity, they related to Anchor. And the numbers that she has been giving with regard to Ward 1, the first ward and the second ward. So now you have just been questioning her about Anchor, but now you are showing her the records of Siabadinga.
I don't have.
Remember with Siabadinga, she said she doesn't have any knowledge. Am I correct, Mrs. Jacob?
Yes, my lady. Yes, my lady.
Please, let's not dilly-dally and revolve around issues that are not taking us anywhere. Please.
My apologies, my lady, but I thought maybe it was important that I must also put I must also put into the record the number of patients which were discharged from CCRC to Siabadinga, just to prove my earlier statement to say that there was indeed overcrowding. So, but
just a second. You have just made a bold statement to say the total number of patients that were at anchor, right? Is not, it's more than what she has mentioned, right? Now immediately you refer her to Siabadinga. I mean, is that not confusing? I don't know, but I'm just saying it's the line of questioning. Does it?
Yes, my lady, I might have made an error. I might have thought that maybe I was talking.
No, she was talking about anchor.
Oh, okay. Yes, please, the court, my lady. Then I will leave those questions for now. Mrs. Yakobas, during cross-examination by Advocate Van Bergen SC, you indicated that you were not aware of patients who were transferred you were not aware of patients who were transferred from LE to Anchor, except for the ones who were in the bus. Is that correct?
I think, Council, my exact words was, I was only aware the patients transferred from Life Esidimeni to Anchor that day when the patients came to Anchor in the bus. That's my only knowledge.
Come again, you said?
My only knowledge about patients transfers from Life Esidimeni to Anchor was that day when the patients was sent from Life Esidimeni to Anchor in the bus.
Okay.
And because of the time, the amount that we need for Anchor, and that made me to call Dr. Manamela and says we can only take 14 patients out of the bus.
Yes, and you said you are not okay. Basically, you were saying you were not aware of patients who were transferred from Life Esidimeni to Anchor, except the ones that came by the bus, who were 14 in number.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to put it to you, or rather,
were you only aware about the 14, or were your evidence was it not your evidence to say that there were a lot of patients in the bus, and because of the number, you had some concerns that was the reason you called Dr. Manamela to indicate to her that the number it's far more than what was expected to be taken into Anchor. That is why you said you had identified about 14 of them.
Yes, Council, my lady.
Okay, thank you. So that we shouldn't put the evidence out of context. Continue.
Yes, please, the court, Malay.
Just put the facts to the witness. But in any event, it has been cleared. You can just ask your question.
Yes, my lady. Can I just say something? The point that I was trying to make here is that the witness said, yes, it is true. The witness said that the bus arrived being full, but she was only aware of 14 patients.
No,
it's
not correct. As I'm saying, the evidence was there were a number of patients in the bus who came to Anchor, and her concern was that Anchor could only accommodate 14 of the patients, which she had identified. That is the reason she had to call Dr. Manamela to say, I've got a problem here. The bus has brought so many patients, and the number is so much that all of them cannot be accommodated at Anchor. Am I correct?
Yes, my lady.
The evidence.
I'm going to refer you to Exhibit L11 again. This time,
the page number, Council?
30282.
30282.
Yes.
282.
So do we go back to
One second, my
308?
lady. 282. 30282. Yes,
So we go back to the number, to the page number
It's not the,
30282.
no, it's not the same page number, my lady.
Can you give us the correct number?
The one that I'm referring to now is page 30282.
30282. Yeah, 30282.
Yes.
And the one that I had referred to earlier, my lady, is 30297.
Correct. Yes. This relates to Anchor now.
Yes, my lady. This document, my lady, can I read some of it into the record?
Yes, you may.
Cullinan Care, it is saying Gauteng Province, Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, Master Document of Life Esidimeni, MXCU, CCRC. Mental health care users received from Life Esidimeni. On the 10th of May, 2017, according to this document, they've indicated Randfontein. They've indicated Randfontein. But what I want to place here on record is that patient number 3, Boshoff Johannes, was discharged on the 23rd of June, 2016, destination to Anchor. But this patient was originally from Life Esidimeni.
Okay.
And then patient number 6, Erasmus Cecilia, was discharged on the 23rd of June, 2016, destination to Anchor. That is still on the 10th of May, 2017, my lady. On the 9th, patient number 9, still on the 10th of May, 2017, Jansef and Furen, Quinton.
Just a second, you referred to the first, the first one, it was number 3, then
yes,
from there?
It was number 6,
Yes.
Cecilia.
Yes.
And the third one is number 9, Jansef and Furen.
Yes. Continue.
And this patient as well, my lady, was discharged from CCRC on the 23rd of June, 2016.
That was now Anchor here.
Anchor. And then I'm showing to this court that these were original LE patients who were discharged to Anchor. And then on the 10 and patient number 10, sorry for that, my lady, is Kruger Caroline. She was discharged on the 23rd of June, 2016 to Anchor.
Yes.
And then patient number 13, Mbiko Vincent, was discharged on the 23rd of June, 2016 to Anchor as well. And patient number 18, Msiza Philemon, was discharged on the 23rd of June as well, 2016 to Anchor. And patient number 21, Resima Christina, was discharged on the 23rd of June, 2016 to Anchor. And my lady, I'm gonna move to the next page, and that will be page 30283. And patient number 19 there, Ratsutsu Charit, was discharged on the 23rd of June, 2018. Sorry, my lady, 2016, from originally from LE. Then he was at CCR,
originally from
Life Esidimeni.
Okay.
And then on the 23rd of June, 2016, he was moved to Anchor. And patient number 24, Sohalifi, and my apologies, my lady, from Charity Ratsoto. These are patients who were discharged by Life Esidimeni on the 12th of May.
Oh, okay.
So Charity Ratsoto and Sohalifi were discharged from Life Esidimeni to CCRC on the 12th of May. And
Charity Ratsotso and who?
and Tsukhalifi.
Is number?
It's number 24, my lady, on the list. And then these two, they were also discharged on the 23rd of June, 2016 to Anchor. Unfortunately, my lady, from this list, from this list, patient number 19, that is Charity Ratsotso, passed away on the 11th of July, 2016.
Yes.
And then the next date, it will be the 17th May 2016. Patients were discharged from Waverley to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. On these ones, patient number 1, Tlachwayo Sizwe, was also discharged, my lady, to Anchor on the 23rd of June.
This is number
1 on the
Sizwe, yes.
Yes, patient number 1 on the list of patients who were discharged by Life Esidimeni Waverley to CCRC on the 17th of May. So CCRC discharged them further as well to Anchor on the 23rd of June. So the first one on that particular list of patients who were originally LE patients who were discharged to CCRC and discharged further to Anchor is Sizwe Tlachwayo. And patient number 5 is Mundena Silo. He was also discharged on the 23rd of June. Oh, sorry, my lady. Sorry, I've highlighted it, so the highlighter, yeah, it is sort of like prevented me from seeing the website. Mukwena Silo was discharged to Anchor on the 23rd of June 2016. Kwa Silo. He had 2017 to Anchor, but I think this might be a typing error. It's supposed to be the 2016, but I'm going to confirm it with my client when she comes and testify. I'm going to clarify that for the purposes of the record with my client when she testifies, my lady. And patient number 8.
Yes.
Mwali Christopher, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the surname correctly, was also discharged on the 23rd of June 2016 to Anchor, but was originally an LE, Life Esidimeni Waverley patient, my lady. And on the 19th of May 2016, patients were discharged from Life Esidimeni Randfontein, and there were 19 in number. Of those, 4 of them were discharged to Anchor. I'm gonna quickly read their names into the record. Patient number 11, Goveni Lizzie, was discharged as well to Anchor, being an original Life Esidimeni patient on the 23rd of June 2016 to Anchor. And Goveni, sorry, my lady, Nyalukani Nkosinati.
That is number?
Patient number 13, my lady.
13.
Yes, my lady. Was also discharged on the 23rd of June to Anchor. An original Life Esidimeni patient, my lady, from Randfontein. And then patient number 14 is Pemvu Zodwa, discharged as well on the 23rd of June 2016 to Anchor. And patient number 17 is Kate Simpson, discharged on the 23rd of June 2016 to Anchor. So the last ones who were discharged to Anchor were originally Life Esidimeni patients, my lady, were those who
from Randfontein.
Yes, Randfontein, who were discharged from Randfontein on the 24th of May 20. This also a typing error, supposed to be 24th May 2016, my lady. The patient number 14, Kumalo Dora, was discharged as well from CCRC, originally an LE patient from Randfontein, on the 23rd day of June 2016, was discharged to Anchor.
Yes.
Patient number 17, Lekanye Mary, was discharged as well on the 23rd of June 2016 to Anchor. And Makola Winnie was discharged as well 23rd June 2016 to Anchor. Mufokeng Brenda was discharged as well.
Just read the numbers.
Okay.
That was number 4, Kumalo.
Kumalo, number 7, Lekanye.
Yes.
Number 8, Makola Winnie. Number 9, Mufokeng Brenda.
Yes.
And number 10, Mutsi Bella.
Yes.
And number 17, Yende Miriam.
Yes.
And my lady, according to my calculations, these are 24 patients who were originally from different life Esidimeni facilities who were discharged to CCRC and subsequently discharged to Anchor. So
you can put the question to the witness. You have been reading all this. I haven't had any question to the witness. If you want to question the witness regarding this.
Yes, my lady. Mrs. Jacobus, what is your comment to what I've just read before this honorable court?
Just a second. I hear somebody wants to talk. Who is that? Okay.
No, it was me. I said I'm listening, my lady.
Okay. Did you follow all this?
Answer, yes, I followed my lady. And the question was, what is my answer to what was read? My answer to what was read is the first time I'm seeing this document, Council.
Okay. So you did not know that they were originally life Esidimeni patients who were discharged to CCRC and subsequently discharged to Anchor. Is that what we're telling the court?
No, I'm not telling the court that, Council. I say this is the first time I'm seeing this document and the names you've read. I don't have prior knowledge of this document.
Okay, but did you know that they were originally life Esidimeni patients who were discharged to CCRC and thereafter moved to Anchor?
No, Council, I wasn't aware.
Okay. Yes, please, the court, my lady. Just a sec.
Do you still have a lot of questions? Are you going to run to the afternoon or what is happening? Because I see now it's...
Yeah, I will a little bit, but I won't take the whole of it.
Continue.
Just a sec, my lady. I'm just going through my notes. Okay, Mrs. Jacobus, I'm going to refer you to page 36610.
3610.
Page 36610.
36610. Yes, Council.
And there I want us to concentrate on paragraph 20.
Yes.
Yes, continue.
It's a long paragraph, but can you kindly go through it, and when you are done, please let me know.
Okay, ma'am.
Whose statement is this, if you can introduce it to the witness?
Sorry, my lady. It is.
I think mine.
It is
her statement.
Yes, the second one, which is
H2. This is H2.
Yeah. Yes, my lady. Sorry for that, my lady.
Yes, Council, I'm done.
Oh, all right. Just a second, my lady. Line 7. You said the clinical files. No, sorry. Line 6, my lady. The patients were discharged with their administrative files and not their clinical files. You went further to describe the information that must be contained in the clinical file. And you said the clinical file contains the patient's medical history, which was of importance to the NGOs, as many of the LEMHCUs were critically ill. For example, advanced stages of HIV and tuberculosis, cardiac failure, etc. The relocation teams at LE did try their best to send ill patients to hospitals as they required urgent care. So what I want you to explain, what I would like you to explain before this honorable court now, Ms. Jacobus, is the issue of the clinical files. Can you tell the court, in view of what Advocate van Bergen SC said to you during your cross-examination, that some of the information contained in this paragraph, you were not there, you were told by other people. So can you just clarify me and the court as well and all my colleagues as to how did you know that the patients were not given the clinical files from Life Esidimeni?
Patients, the statement that I've made there of those 3 diagnoses was patients that I took to Mamelodi Hospital, and I followed up, and that was told by the psychiatrist and medical officer of the deliberation.
Yes. Let's start with the issue of the clinical files. We will go there if needs be. Let's start with the issue of the clinical files. How did you know that the patients who were discharged from Life Esidimeni, some of them did not have clinical files? Because I'm saying this in view or as follow-up to the cross-examination that was done by Advocate.
Can you just remove your hand there, please? Just sit properly. Thank you.
Yes, I'm doing this as a follow-up to the cross-examination which was done to you by Advocate van Bergen SC, because his question to you was, how did you know about that? Because you were not based at the placement centers. So I want you to explain to clarify me and my colleagues and the court as well as to how did you get to know that some of the patients. Yes. Okay.
Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My apologies to Ms. Munjerere for the interruption. My lady, just to try and expedite matters, it is not in dispute that the patients or the mental health care users from Life Esidimeni were not transferred with their entire patient files.
Correct.
That's not in dispute. Mm-hmm. What was put to the present witness by me is the evidence of what documentation had in fact been sent with each patient.
Yes.
And I'm not going to go through the list again. It is on record. Mm-hmm. And the question that I put to her was that she could not deny that those documents had been provided. So the issue...
In other words, the relevant documents.
The relevant documents, indeed, yes. My lady. Mm-hmm. So the issue is not about whether entire patient files had been given, which appears to be, and I may be misunderstanding Ms. Munjerere.
The question, because I still haven't had the question properly. I just want to hear her, because the problem is the question is too long, and I'm not sure, but she was still trying to phrase her question. But let us listen to the question first.
Yes, but the point I want to make, my lady, is if she is concerned whether there is a dispute, whether, let's call it clinical files with regard to the entire patient file, whether that was transferred or not, the simple answer is no, that was not transferred.
Yes, I mean, what we were told was that what was transferred was what we call a discharge report, which contains the information that would enable the staff that will continue with the examinations of the patients wherever they will be.
Yes, together with the examination report,
Correct.
the discharging doctor, the latest periodical where such a document.
In fact, it's sort of what they had called a summary, a discharge summary.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you,
much.
Marty.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Thank you. Can we hear your question, or do you still have that question after the clarification? We don't know what message you want to bring forth. Okay.
As Advocate Van Bergen SC has indicated that there is no dispute that some patients were discharged without clinical files, then I'm gonna.
There is no dispute that
some patients were discharged without clinical files, if I've heard him correctly. So if I've heard him correctly, subject to his correction, then I will abandon the question.
Yes, there is no dispute that patients were transferred without clinical files. Correct.
My lady, thank you, my lady.
Yes, my lady, as long as everyone understands the definition of clinical files.
What is a clinical file as against an administrative file?
Yes, my lady.
As in the statement, but the evidence that we have so far is just that now we've got this new concept, an administrative file. All along, the evidence that has been adduced so far prior to this witness evidence, we were talking about a summary discharge, not a complete hospital file record.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
I hope everyone understands that. Thank you. You can proceed.
Mrs. Jacobus,
Yes, ma'am.
you indicated here just after that line that is dealing with the issue of the clinical files.
Yes, ma'am.
You said as many of the MXCUs were critically ill, for example, advanced stages of HIV and tuberculosis, cardiac failure, etc. The relocation teams at LE did try their best to send ill patients to hospitals as they required urgent care. Can you, earlier on,
Can I just read this properly for the sake of the record? The relocation teams at LE did try their best to send ill patients to hospitals as they required urgent attention. May I proceed? I just want it to be captured properly on record. Continue.
My apologies for that, my lady, and thanks for the court's assistance there. Mrs. Jacobus, can you explain what you were trying to explain before court earlier, that you took some of these patients to Mamelodi? You were saying you personally took some of the patients to Mamelodi. Where were those patients from?
From Anchor Council. It was specifically those three that I was talking about, from Anchor to Mamelodi Hospital.
Do you still recall as to when did you send them to the hospital, perhaps?
No, not the dates. I cannot recall that. The dates will be noted within the NGO file when they were sent to hospital.
And do you know their names?
No, no, I can't remember their names because I was accompanied. I did not take the patients there myself. Remember, I was support to the NGOs. So when SFS was explained earlier on, when Mrs. Dorothy Franks encountered problems of the patients being admitted at Mamelodi, and that is how I intervened and assist with taking the patients to hospital for admission. And with the caregiver would accompany the ambulance, and we would drive after the ambulance to the hospital.
Okay. Another follow-up question to that I would like you to explain before this court is to whether do you know if those patients were originally CCRC patient or originally life Esidimeni patients who were discharged to CCRC and then to Anchor?
No, ma'am, I have no knowledge about that.
Okay. And then on your statement here, you further said, however, many of these critically ill patients ended up at NGOs. I queried the relocation teams as to why these patients are not being sent to hospitals. The relocation teams explained that they spoke to various CEOs at the hospitals who indicated to them that they did not have the space to accommodate the LE patients. I received many phone calls from NGO managers saying that they need my assistance as some of the patients are very ill and required hospitalization. So I will pause here for now. You are saying you received many calls.
From
saying
NGOs.
And then after how long were those patients admitted that you received this type of calls? That patients were critically ill, they need to be admitted to the hospital?
As I've said earlier on, Council, there was also some of the district personnel that I've asked Mrs. Gordon to phone to assist us. So depending on the nature of the illness, some were just taken to clinics to get some intervention. So it will be immediately when transport and all the arrangements is being done.
Okay, yeah, but what I wanted you to explain before this court is that after how long were these people discharged to those NGOs facilities from Life Esidimeni that we started getting this type of calls that, hey, somebody's sick here, we need help? After how long?
No, I don't know, Council, I cannot answer that. I did not ask the managers when were they discharged or when were they brought from LE. Oh. I just act on the challenge. Oh, okay. And I supported the NGO.
All right, well understood. You said I collected patients from NGOs. In your statement further, you said, I collected patients from NGOs and took them to hospital for medical attention. The hospital CEOs and doctors were fighting with me as I was flooding them with ill MXUs. The project consisted of constant crisis management from the time I opened my eyes till the time I could excuse myself from wherever and I go home. Any comment on this?
What do you want me to comment on, Council?
On what I've just read. You are saying...
okay, I heard your reading. What I meant was, remember, we were assigned to do certain tasks, and I was tasked to look for beds. But in between that, I was supporting the NGOs, and because being known, as you've earlier said, I was responsible for NGOs, most of the activities was happening in Tshwane. And myself and Mrs. Gordon was together for quite a lot of times. So the NGO will contact us, and then remember at hospital level, the hospital has already their normal process of flow. And us bringing the patients, and because we couldn't wait, I've arranged with the psychiatrist that if I bring a patient in, because remember your inception is casualty. When I bring a patient, I will phone the psychiatrist, he will wait there. And he cannot finalize the whole process, he needs assistance from a medical officer. And then it sort of, the other staff were complaining, and remember there's already patients sitting there to be seen. So we were literally disrupting the normal activities of the hospital.
Okay, but
And that is why the thing was saying that is why my statement there that the CEOs was complaining I'm disrupting.
okay.
It's 1 minute before 1 o'clock. I don't know whether you have got other things on the statement or the paragraph. You have just completed that paragraph. If you want to start a new thing, we can deal with that after the lunch break.
It's fine, my lady. I'll continue after lunch break.
Okay.
I don't have many more questions, though. They are not more than 20.
Yeah.
So I will continue after lunch break, my lady.
I'm looking at the witness face.
I 20. No, I'm just saying 20.
I said they are not more than 20.
Yes, the witnesses want. We will take the lunch adjournment. We will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, the court.
convened. Where is the witness?
I'm here, my lady.
Okay, thank you. You are reminded that you are still under oath. Continue, Ms. Mjerera.
As please the court, my lady. Mrs. Jacobus, when we adjourned, I had asked you to read, when we adjourned for lunch, I had asked you to read paragraph 20, but then I thought I was done. I was done with it. I have some follow-up questions again on the same paragraph.
Yes, so
I hope you are not going to repeat the questions that you have already asked, ne?
No, my lady.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. That will be line 10 and 11 of paragraph 20, my lady.
line 11.
Which is on page 36610.
Yes, I am on the page. I just want to see where. Can you just give me an indication where your line is? Is it many?
Yeah, just count one from the beginning of paragraph 20, and then when you get line 10 is where I'm gonna talk to you about.
Okay. However, yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay. However, many of these critical ill patients ended up at NGOs. Can you comment on this?
Ma'am, as has been stated previously, I would be called by NGOs with patients that's ill, and you've asked how long they were at the NGO and since when, and I've said I don't have an idea, but then we would take the patients either depending on what the challenge is to a clinic or to hospital.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know Zanele Buthelezi? The nursing, the lady,
Yes.
the lady who...
Yes,
yes, she says she knows. I continue.
Okay. Zanele Buthelezi has testified.
Mrs. Please.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Sorry for that. Mrs. Zanele Buthelezi has testified before this court that 60% of their patients at Life Esidimeni were undischargeable and prone to relapsing. Do you have any comment to that?
I've heard the testimony.
Come again?
I've heard the testimony that she says 60% wasn't, is dischargeable.
Yes. The reason I'm referring you to this testimony is because it is confirming what you have said in your statement, that most patients who were critically ill from Life Esidimeni ended up at the NGOs. Do you agree?
Ma'am, I cannot agree. Remember, when the patients were placed, I was not present and I didn't do any assessment on any patient.
But I'm talking about what you said in your statement.
Yes, what I've said in the statement was due to the fact that NGOs will call and says that they encounter problem or a patient is ill or they can't come and assist with a patient. And that is how we then take the patients to hospital. But I cannot attest what Mrs. Buthelezi says and what my statement is saying because I did not examine any patient.
Okay, no, it's fine.
Continue.
I'm going to refer you to page 36611.
3611. Yes, ma'am.
Paragraph 25, my lady. Sorry for that.
Just hold. This is something else. Is it 3611, ma'am?
Yes. 36611. 36611.
36611.
Paragraph 25.
Paragraph 35.
25. That is
25.
the last paragraph in the on this page.
Okay, ma'am, I'm there.
Are you there? All right. Can you please read it, and when you are done, let me know that you are done.
Okay. I'm through, ma'am.
Okay. From this paragraph of your statement, paragraph 25, especially line 1, that I'm going to concentrate on. You are saying, or rather you said, in respect of the conditions of the LEMXCU, when they were released from LE, as per my observation, there were various issues. What issues were they? Can you explain before this honorable court, please?
As explained further in the statement that some had some minor issues, etc. And hence my explanation earlier on, patients with minor issues was taken to a local clinic.
So when you said, in line 1 here, when you said patients in the respect of conditions of the LEMXU when they were released from LE, as per my observation, there were various issues. So are you telling this court that you were referring to what you have said in the subsequent sentence?
In
Counsel.
other words, the question is, what various issues were you referring to here? She just wants you to explain what you meant by that.
As I've said, my lady, what was written further on were the minor issues, minor ailments.
But this looks like it's one of an example of those various issues. So I don't know whether she wants the list. Yes.
Ma'am, according to what I can attest, that my explanation is yes, that. And the emphasis here is just that I've arranged with hospitals for assistance. That is the main emphasis here.
So the main issues you were talking about is about the arrangement of hospital.
No, the main issues is concerning the mental health care users, but the emphasis was on, I've said some were ill, others with minor issues, and what my response was for assistance that I've arranged with various hospitals.
Okay. My client, Matloli Daphne Ndlovu, will testify, as I've already indicated through when I was cross-examining previous witnesses, that patients who were discharged from life Esidimeni, they were sickly, weak, and unkept. Can you comment on that?
No, I cannot comment on that, Counsel.
Continue.
I'm going to refer you again, I think, as I conclude, to page 408, which is Rochelle Gordon's statement again.
408.
Paragraph 6, where you have read earlier.
Paragraph 6.
Yes. Can you read it again? And when you are done, please let me know. Just read only the first part. As we have done.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, Counsel, I'll do so. I'm done, ma'am.
Okay. So from the statement of Rochelle Gordon as well, it is indicated in line 6. She said, according to my assessment, those patients, no, sorry, my lady, line 5, most of the MXCUs from Life Esidimeni Care Center were sick and weak. According to my assessment, those patients were supposed to have been referred to hospital and not NGOs. some HCUs had medical files, whereas others patient only had transferred forms. Not all the patients were in possession of the identity documents. This one I've dealt with earlier. The patients were transferred to the following different NGOs in Tshwane and transported by emergency medical services basis. But my main emphasis here is that I want you to comment on this statement by Rochelle Gordon that most of the patients from Life Esidimeni, they were weak and sick. Can you comment on that?
Yes, Council, I can comment on that. I cannot state that what Mrs. Gordon's findings was because I wasn't present at when they received the patients.
Okay, can you tell this court, did you see any of the patients from Life Esidimeni immediately upon their discharges to NGOs?
No, ma'am, I did not.
But you have indicated in your statement there where we are coming from. I think it's page 3660, paragraph 20, that most of these patients from Life Esidimeni were critically ill. How did you know about that?
Because I was called out when the NGOs had challenges and the patients were ill. And as I've said, with those three examples I gave, those three patients were very ill.
Oh, okay. So can you tell the court if those patients were originally from Life Esidimeni?
Which patients, ma'am?
The ones you have just referred to.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Oh, the three previous patients.
My lady, the witness.
Just a second, Mrs. Jacobus.
The witness had previously stated that she cannot recall who the patients were, so
Yes.
she can surely not remember if they were from Life Esidimeni or not.
The evidence was not that they were from Life Esidimeni.
Yes.
What she said was that she only got telephone calls from the NGO people who called to say they've got challenges. And then she can't say whether they are from Life Esidimeni or not. The fact of the matter is that those patients were at, is it CCRC?
Are you talking to me, my lady?
Yes, no, yes, just clarify that, but I think the evidence is already on record. Mr. Van Bergen, did you forget to put your hand down?
My apologies, my lady. I did indeed forget.
Oh, okay, thank you. These patients that you're talking about, yes, the three patients, isn't it your evidence is that you were called by these NGOs to say they had some challenges and you only dealt with the challenges?
Yes, ma'am.
So the three patients that you arranged to go to the hospital, right? Your evidence, did you know that they were originally from Life Esidimeni, or you dealt with their case as they were at those NGOs?
I dealt with the case as they were at the NGO, my lady.
Did you ask where they came from?
No, my lady. Because remember, when the patient is in the NGO, our task is to support the NGO.
Okay.
So I've dealt with it like that.
Ms. Mjerel?
As pleases the court, my lady. I put it to you, or rather before that one, there is evidence before this court by Ms. Sinello. I just want you to comment on this piece of evidence, where she said that the LE patients, or rather patients from Life Esidimeni, when they were discharged in a satisfactory condition. Do you agree with that?
I cannot agree with it, Council, because I wasn't present.
Okay, I will ask you my previous question again. Did you see any of the patients from Life Esidimeni? Did you see any one of them?
I've said, Council, I did not see the patients on arrival from Life Esidimeni. That was my answer.
Oh, okay. for the first time.
Remember the witness evidence is that when they were placed or when they were moved from Life Esidimeni, she was not part of those transfers. She wasn't physically present. That is her evidence. Am I correct, Ms. Jacobus?
Yes, my lady. Yes, my lady.
My lady, can I say something?
Yes, continue.
The reason for me to ask her that question is because she said just after the placement of the mental health patients at various NGOs, she was running around. She was running around after receiving calls that patients from Life Esidimeni are sick. So hence, I was asking her that did she manage to see any of these patients? Basically meaning, did she go there? Did she see them? Because I wanted to make some follow-up questions on that.
Okay.
Yes, my lady.
Counsel, my answer was, remember the patients were moved from, I think you said, I think they were moved from May up to end of June. So when I went to an NGO, I did not ask when did the patient come, what condition the patient was in. I just handled with the challenges presented to me.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. That will be the end of my cross-examination, my lady, for this witness.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mboweni, are you ready? Where is Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady, I'm here. I had a bit of a moment to switch on my camera, but I'm here, my lady. My lady, I'm not the next person.
Oh, I think it's just a second, my list here.
It is me, my lady.
Ms. Cocker, yes, I remember that. I just want to check this quickly. Yes, it's Ms. Cocker.
As the court pleases, my lady. Miss Jacobus, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, counsel.
My name is Amanda Kopa. I am counsel for Miss Rochelle Gordon.
Yes, counsel.
You've already indicated that you worked with Rochelle on so many occasions, not so?
Yes, counsel.
Is it correct that before you went to work at the central office, you were working at Tshwane District and you were working with Rochelle?
Yes, counsel.
Right. Miss Ma'am, when you were asked a question about your relationship with Rochelle yesterday, what was your answer? I did not get your answer.
I said I knew Mrs. Rochelle Gordon and we had a good relationship.
Okay, all right. She'll also confirm that you had a good professional relationship with her. Now, I would like us to deal with your evidence, which is not clear to me, that is already on the record, regarding the readiness of the NGOs prior to the placement of MHCUs.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were cross-examined by my learned colleague, Mr. Van Bergen, you indicated that the MHCUs, they were in a satisfactory condition and they had a satisfactory linen. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
And you can confirm that there are several NGOs that you visited with Ms. Gordon?
I can confirm that in each district, I visited all the NGOs with the respective coordinator.
I'm talking specifically with Ms. Gordon at Tshwane.
Yes, Mrs. Gordon accompanied me to all the NGOs in the Tshwane district.
Are you saying she accompanied you to all or to some?
No, to all the NGOs that was supposed to take in Life Esidimeni healthcare users.
Right. I'll mention, I just want to be specific. I'll mention all the NGOs that Ms. Gordon says she visited with you. And when she visited with you and Franz Tobane, she was a driver. She had to transport you because she is from the district of Tshwane. Can I go on to mention the NGOs that she took you to?
Yes, Council.
Right. She'll testify that you went to Buhlebenkosi. It
Yes,
was
Council.
you, Tobane, and Sophie. I believe it's Sophie Lingwane.
No, Council, I wasn't with Mrs. Linkwane.
All right.
It was myself, Mr. Franz Tobane, and the engineers.
All right. She'll testify that when you visited that NGO was not ready. The beds were too close to one another, and the place was just not okay, and the linen was not enough. There was linen, but it was not enough. What do you say to that?
To my recollection, Council, Nkosi Butle was ready because they were identified to take in 20 patients. I think it is in Amanda, if I'm not wrong, but it's in the Acacia area, and that was the facility that we visited.
She will say that she's saying it was not enough because an NGO is supposed to have more than one set of linen.
Council, in terms of the readiness, what we looked at was the amount of space that that was the first visit that the architect measured, and they were supposed to take in 20 patients, and we didn't look further than what is still there because we look at the capacity of the beds. That was the second visit. And myself and Mr. Tubane was alone. We looked at if the beds were there, if everything was there. And the first visit was we looked at everything, the bedding, the beds, on the beds, the kitchen, etc., etc.
But you've indicated that the linen was satisfactory. What did you mean by that?
Council, if you read my notes, I said that in terms of readiness, that was available at the NGOs. Hence, because remember, my brief was to look at beds. And I said, when I think that the other patients, remember when we went there for the second time, the manager wasn't there, the supervisor was there. And then I also then took it upon myself to look for extra bedding, and hence we went to different hospitals to acquire more in case NGOs needed more linen. In normal circumstances, yes, they must have at least 2 sets of bedding, one that's on the bed and an extra for changing. But I didn't look at that. That was not the brief then.
All right. Let's deal now with Shama House in Cullinan. She says she will come and testify that Shama House was in a double-story building. Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
She'll also say that the roof was too close to the ground to the extent that when you stand in that house, you could touch the ceiling. The building plans were not proper.
Yes, ma'am.
She will also testify that the staircase was not closed up. You could see through to the ground and one could possibly fall on those staircases.
I'm listening, Council.
Any comment? I want you to comment whether you agree with her or not.
Yes, I agree with her.
Right. And she says when you visited Shama House, Dr. Manamela was there and she told either Neil Veselo or Suzanne van Niekerk to fix those staircases. Did you hear, Dr.
Yes,
Manamela?
Council.
You agree with that?
Yes.
Right. She will also testify that you persuaded Suzanne or Susan or Neil Veselo to take patients and that you will license that specific NGO.
No, Council.
What did you say to either Neil Veselo or Van Niekerk, Susan?
No, I didn't say that. Remember with Shama House, As in my previous testimony, Shama House had applied well before the LE situation. And from the incept with Shama House, I was working with them and they had to be sorted out. From the house up to the patients, because they had more than 100 patients on their premises then. And that is why I said I got social development also in so that we can do assessments, identify the mental health care patients. And by the time of LE, Shama House has already erected some structures, the bed spaces and all that for the patients. And the initial patients that Shama House could take in at that stage, when myself and Dr. Mela and them were there, was 20 patients.
So you're saying that Shama House was ready to receive patients when it received patients from Life Esidimeni?
Yes, the structures that the buildings that they've erected was extra, and it was according to the specifications that the architect they said they should build. There was plumbing things and reticular system that they had to fix, and those things were done and in process. The only thing that wasn't present was the architectural plans.
Yes.
Which Susan gave me the number of the architect. When I spoke to him, he says he's still waiting for the final document to be signed off.
Are you saying everything that I've mentioned, like the building plans that were not proper, the roof that was close to the ground, all those were fixed when the patients were transferred to that NGO?
What we've said to Shama was to utilize the house that is in question, to use that as their offices. And the kitchen was in that house, and the patients was moved to the buildings that was erected.
So do you dispute what Rochelle will come and testify?
No, I'm not disputing. I'm telling what my observation was then and my interaction that time.
All right. Now let's
just before you move.
Yes, my lady.
If I understand Ms. Koka's question, is that according to you, would you say, as against the evidence or what Ms. Rochelle Gordon would testify, would you say this NGO Shama House was ready to receive patients from Life Esidimeni?
Yes, in my words and in my opinion, they were ready, and they had outside structures that was built for not just for the Life Esidimeni patients, but for the normal patients that was in the house previously. Because the house, they didn't do much to the house. They started working on the house, and because of the amount of patients, I said to them, you cannot continue keep the mental health care users in the house. They need to be moved to the other buildings that was erected.
Okay.
What kind of a building was this? The one that was this structure that was erected outside the house?
Yeah, I can't remember. I remember the inside building and some of the partitions in these buildings was, it wasn't proper wall. What is it? Other material that's called, but it was that type of material.
Was it a proper structure to house the mental health care users?
Yes, it was a proper structure because they were doing demarcations. After the new act, remember at first patients would be put in a sort of dormitory fashion type of place. And the new act stipulated that patients, and was also a request from National that type of practice, we shouldn't continue with it, and that patients should be kept in smaller portions, like 6 in the area or 2 in the area, but not more than 10 in the area. And then the demarcation was done with that type of material.
Which act was that?
The current act.
Okay.
It doesn't specify exactly, but when we were trained by National, and it was reinforced to move away from the dormitory like of admitting patients at NGOs in this a lot of beds in one area.
Rochelle will testify that Suzanne was reluctant to take mental health care users from Esidimeni?
I cannot recall that, ma'am.
All right. Now let's deal with Anchor House next to Cullinan.
Yes.
Rochelle will testify that she visited this NGO with you. It was a newly refurbished NGO, but the kitchen and the laundry were too small.
Yes, that's correct.
And she'll testify that the linen was enough because the hospital was supplying this NGO.
I cannot attest to that, but I know they had enough linen.
Right. And she will dispute your evidence that you went to all the NGOs with her, and she'll testify that she did not visit Precious Angels 1 and 2 before the placement of the mental health care users. What is your comment to that?
Precious Angels 1 and 2. Yes, Precious Angels 1 were done, and Precious Angels 2 was done at a later stage. And only myself at Precious Angels 2 was done by myself and Mr. Tubane.
So you agree with this, what she will
Yes.
testify?
Yes.
You were making a mistake when you were saying, ma'am?
I said it was only Precious Angels 1, and I cannot recall whether Mrs. Gordon was with, but I knew the Precious Angels 1, the first house that we visited and inspected.
You were making a mistake because you are not sure whether she was there or not. So you were making
Yes, I can't recall.
You went, please listen to me. You were making a mistake when you were saying you went to all the NGOs with Rochelle.
Ma'am, if she has said so, then it means she wasn't with all the visits.
Ma'am, please answer the questions. I'm asking you whether you were making a mistake when you were saying you went with Rochelle to all the NGOs.
Ma'am, as I'm saying, when we've done the visits in the different districts, I invited the coordinators to accompany us to these NGOs that needed to be seen. And at this stage, I cannot recall, as Mrs. Gordon is saying now, that she was with all the visits in the Tshwane area.
She didn't say she attended all the visits. You said when you started your evidence, you said you went with her to all the NGOs, and I told you that I'm going to deal with each NGO and I will demonstrate to you that she did not visit all the NGOs with you before the placement of the patients.
Okay, Council, yes, continue.
I'll leave it there, and I will note that you have refused to answer that question. Now I'm dealing with Rabafeni.
If you say she didn't respond, didn't she give an answer?
My lady, I'm not sure what her answer is. At the beginning, she said she went with
Yes,
Rochelle.
we have that on record. But
yes.
Yes.
And she indicated that to Precious Angels 1 and 2, she went with Mr. Tobane.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, let me hear Mr. Pinar, but that evidence is on record. If you say she refused to answer, that's why I'm having a problem. All right, Mr. Pinar.
My lady, with all due respect to my learned friend, it's my respectful submission, the witness has answered the question, and to make a statement you refuse to answer is incorrect. The answer that's been supplied confirms she did not, or she was not accompanied at all times by Miss Gordon, yes, as put to her, my lady. So therefore, the answer has been responded to and answered satisfactorily, with all due respect, my lady.
My lady, if I may respond, my lady, when I asked the witness whether she made a mistake, she did not answer that question.
But from the answer, she indicated there was somewhere where she said she visited with Mr. Tobani.
Yes, my lady.
But from there, she said she wasn't sure as to whether at the other, I don't know whether it's the second, the visit to one, is it 1 or 2, where she said she can't remember whether she was alone. But from the answer itself, one can infer that the statement that she made that she was with her at all costs, at all the NGOs, right? It's not correct. Yes, but just to say my problem, it was the statement to say she refused to answer. While we have this evidence on record, can we pass that? It is on record, it's fine.
As the court pleases, my lady. Now I was busy, ma'am, dealing with Ribafeni, house number 1 and 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Rochelle will testify that these houses were also not ready to receive any mental health care users. House number 1, which is in Henops River, it is a double-story house, and it is not suitable for any double-story house. Is not suitable for mental health care users. It poses a hazard. What do you say to that?
It's a double-story house on the one side, and then they had another adjacent building. And the beds, and they were at first, I think I speak under correction, Mr. Ban, but I think they were, the places that they were measured for was, I think it was 30 beds.
Yes.
And when we visited the second time, the beds was there with linen and everything. What was not in place and that was still in process was the kitchen, because the kitchen that they had was very, very small, and they identified a place within their double-story house to refurbish the kitchen with an industrial kitchen. But further on in, they had other outside buildings on that same premises that we indicated that should be utilized for rehabilitation purposes.
Right. And she will also testify that there was linen on the beds, but there was no extra set of linen as required.
That I cannot comment on because I didn't look at extra set of linen. I just looked at the bedding, the space, and whether it was covered with linen or not.
Right. And you and Rochelle also visited Tsepong, not so?
Tsepong, yes.
Yes. She will testify that Tsepong also had linen, but the linen was not enough. The fire extinguishers were not mounted. The sick bay was not in order, and there were no rails for disabled mental health care users.
Yes, because those were not the rails per se, but the fire extinguishers. We've alerted the manager that should be seen to, like in urgently. The beds were there, and there was linen on the beds. And the Tsepong Center was supported by One Mile Hospital. They provided all the beds and linen and everything for Tsepong.
She'll also testify that there were no blankets at Tsepong.
A lot of NGOs didn't have blankets at that time because the NGOs, some of them alluded that with the money that they had, they bought all the necessary things, and some had blankets, others not. And that was one of the things where myself and Mr. Lau said, you will assist, that we were looking at blankets at different other places to supply the NGOs with.
Did you assist with supplying the blankets to Tsepong?
Mr. Lau delivered blankets there at a later stage.
Mr.
Lahau.
Lehau.
Yes, because he was supporting. He received quite, I think, twice blankets from hospitals where they notified him and he collected, and he then provided to the NGOs.
I'm talking about specifically Tsepong.
Tsepong.
Ma'am, I cannot say for certain because I didn't lift the stuff and look at blankets and all that. Because remember, with my checking for the readiness, yes, we were doing about 3 NGOs per day with the engineers.
Yes.
And it was only afterwards that myself and Mr. Tubani would go back to see if the beds has been placed, what has been placed, and the recommendations that was given to them, whether it was adhered to.
Is it your evidence that Mr. Lehau got the blankets and distributed the blankets to Tsepong?
Not to Tsepong. I've said I didn't roll call with Mr. Lehau where, but I've seen the blankets. He showed me, and he says he's busy distributing the blankets to the NGOs.
The reason why I'm asking you this question is Rochelle will testify that it was indicated to her on the 12th or 13th of May 2016, immediately upon transfer of the patients from Waverley, that there were no blankets and he had to ask for donations.
Yes, myself and Rochelle was doing that together, ma'am.
So meaning that Tsepong did not have the blankets. That's what she will testify.
If I can say what on your answer, I did not lift the bedding to ascertain whether there's blankets or not. But when we became known that some of the NGOs does not have blankets, that is where we gather in more extra linen with blankets. Myself and Rochelle went to Tshwane District and Pretoria West, where we've been given blankets. And that was then also distributed to the NGOs. That was besides what Mr. Lau received.
Do you remember if you arranged blankets for Tsepong before and after the transfer of the patients?
No, ma'am, I cannot attest to that because I didn't see the patients when they arrived at Tsepong.
As such, you cannot dispute the evidence of Rochelle that after the mental health care users were transferred to Tsepong, there were no blankets. He had to go request for donations.
Council, as I'm saying again, on my visit to Tsepong to look at the beds and the bedding, I did not lift any bedding to ascertain whether there's a blanket also placed or not. And as I've attested again, when I become known that there's not enough blankets at the different NGOs, because remember it was a sort of almost winter time, that is where we went to the different hospitals to acquire more linen and to specifically look at more blankets for the NGOs.
Let me deal with Bupilong Surman. You also went to Bupilong Surman with Rochelle and Franz Tobane and Mr. Lehau. The evidence that she'll present before this court is that the ablution facilities were bad in that NGO and it was not ready to receive the mental health care users.
The Bupilong Surman was done with me, Mr. Tobane, and the engineers, and 20 patients was identified to be placed at that NGO. And the identified area was a house. I also became known with a visit with the during the visit with the MEC that outside buildings has been built and patients were was put in outside buildings, and more patients was placed than the 20 that we've identified the first time.
Right. I hear you there, but Rochelle will testify that those NGOs were not ready to receive any patients. And we've also seen from the evidence that you dealt with Ms. Hassim, my learned colleague, Ms. Hassim, that the NGOs were not ready, especially when she referred you to the audit checklist reports that appear on page 37226 to 37231, which is an audit checklist for Tsepong. Do you remember?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we also dealt with Rabafeni. My colleague, Advocate Hassim, also dealt with Rabafeni in page 37233 to 37239. That checklist also showed us that that specific NGO was not ready. You agree?
Council, in terms of readiness, yes, I'm stating again.
Yes.
It was done without a formal audit report, number one. Number two, when myself, Mr. Tobane, and the engineers went out, we went out looking at the structure per se and the measuring of the amount of beds that can be placed. The other things, yes, there was the paperwork and protocols, etc. We did not look at that. That was supposed to be followed at a later stage. And that is what, with all the NGOs, we were just looking at the physical structure. What is in place? Is there enough space for beds, the kitchen, the laundry area, etc.?
Would you say that was in accordance with the procedure that was supposed to be followed?
The procedure that was supposed to be followed was to utilize the formal audit report and to look at all the elements.
Yes, but my question is how you did it. Are you confirming that that was not done in accordance with the required procedures?
Yes, my lady.
The court business, my lady. Mr. Jacobus, Rochelle will also testify that in 2015, when Dr. Manamela told you that the contract of Life Esidimeni will be terminated and there will be influx of NGOs at Tshwane, Rochelle raised some issues with Dr. Manamela. Were you present when you were told that there will be an influx at Tshwane district?
Ma'am, my recollection, it was Dr. Manamela addressed and has addressed us in different meetings.
Yes.
And the coordinators were called to one meeting and a discussion. But if I can remember back clearly, Dr. Manamela did not say there will be an influx, but that we will have to open up new NGOs. And I had to look at also closed hospitals in terms of that NGOs can also use to utilize.
All right. I'll mention the concerns that she says she raised with Dr. Manamela, whether you were there or not. I just want you to confirm whether those were concerns. She says she asked Dr. Manamela why these mental health care users were moved to Tshwane, far from their families. And when she was asking that question, she was concerned about the separation anxiety. She also asked she also informed Dr. Manamela that the period that they had to prepare the NGOs was not enough, and that the NGOs did not have start-up funding and they would not cope. Were those the valid concerns?
According to what you read out now, I'm sure it was valid concerns for Mrs. Gordon that she raised with Dr. Manamela.
But for you, if anyone was raising those concerns at that point when they were told that the contract will be terminated, would you say those were valid? Would you have raised the same concerns, maybe?
Yes, from my point of view, we all in the directorate discussed this with Dr. Manamela in terms of the intake of patients, the preparation time. We all were in accordance that the time frame was too short.
All right. Rochelle will also present evidence that at one occasion she was called on an urgent basis by Dr. Manamela to go to her office in Johannesburg. And when she got to that office, Dr. Manamela was with you in the office. Do you recall that?
No, ma'am, I don't recall that.
She will say that Dr. Manamela indicated to her that she needs the audit reports. Rochelle indicated that you did not prepare any audit reports, and Dr. Manamela said she must write what she can remember. Do you remember?
No, ma'am, I wasn't present with that.
All right, I'll take you to paragraph 12 of Rochelle's affidavit. In fact, let me take you to paragraph 11 of the affidavit.
The page?
Page 411, my lady, my apologies. May I read it?
Just a second, let the witness get the page first.
Yes, I've got it, my lady.
Okay, just a second.
To read it.
May I read it for the record, my lady?
Paragraph?
Paragraph 11.
Okay, yes, you may.
As the court pleases. According to the facility scheduled inspection reports dated 21/07/2016, RCG2, the inspection conducted at Shama House for traumatized person was completed by retired sister Francis Vechu, who was not part of Life Esidimeni Marathon project, but it was signed by me. I might have signed the document by mistake when someone collected the documents from the district office. I did not conduct inspection at Shama House on the 21st of July 2016 and cannot be able to comment about the findings. My lady, the reason why I am mentioning that paragraph is because that paragraph, according to Rochelle, is incorrect and we'll correct it at a later stage. What Rochelle is saying about the involvement of Sister Vechu in that paragraph, she is saying that if we may go, my lady, to page 20382 to demonstrate the point.
Page 20382.
82.
Page 20, Council.
20382.
20283. 2283. To another 283.
Yes.
20382.
82, my lady.
Is it three? Sorry, Council, is it 3 or 20283 or 20383?
My apologies, my lady. If my lady can afford me some opportunity, I'm trying to clarify something that is very confusing here, but if the court can bear with me.
Okay, that's fine.
My lady, if I may first direct you to page 424, that is RCG2, that is referred to in Rochelle's affidavit.
424.
424, yes, my lady.
424.
I'm going to deal with the events as they happened when Rochelle was called by Dr. Manamela on an urgent basis to her office. 424, my lady, that is a scheduled inspection of Shama House, which we see from this document at the bottom that the date of inspection was the 2nd of July 2016. Whilst we are there, my lady, if I may direct you to page, let me go to that page, 37268. Page 37268, my lady.
37. Can you just repeat again?
37268.
68.
That is also a scheduled inspection for Shama House. If I may go down, we see that the date of inspection, it is the 21st of July 2011. What Rochelle will come and testify is page 37268 is the report that was completed by Sister Vechu, who was not part of Life Esidimeni in 21st July 2011. And what appears on page 424, going down, it is almost the same report, except that that first page is replaced. That is the first page dated 21 July 2011 is replaced by the first page that is dated, date of inspection 21st July 2016. What Rochelle will come and testify is, because Dr. Manamela wanted something in black and white, she replaced the first page that appears from 37268 with what we see now on 424. There was no inspection But what she knew was that the situation in 2011 did not change in 2016. That's why she just replaced the page, and she replaced that page because she was under pressure. Dr. Manamela wanted something in black and white. I'm not sure if my lady, that makes sense.
It does.
As the court pleases, my lady.
My lady?
Just a second. So the first, I'll give you the chance, Miss Marriott. The first one was the one of 424. The
Yes.
date is?
424 is the 21st of July, 2016.
So she replaced only the first page?
Yes, my lady, she replaced the first page with
of the 2011 report.
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
So that paragraph, my lady, we will correct at a later stage. So because it's very confusing, so that it does make sense, because if one reads it now, it doesn't make sense.
Yes, Miss Marriott.
My lady, this is evidence. It's my respectful submission, and there's no question for this witness. Is there a question forthcoming pertaining to these pages that we are referred to?
Come again.
It's my respectful submission that my colleague is giving evidence to the court, which is supposed to be through her witness or her client.
Yes.
There's no question given for this witness to answer. Are we going to get a questions pertaining to
yes,
these documents?
I was getting there. In fact, that's why I yes. Is there any question to the witness?
I wanted to put a statement that when this was done, it was done when Rochelle was called on an urgent basis by Dr. Manamela, and she found Miss Hannah Yokobas in that office of Dr. Manamela.
So the question is?
I wanted to confirm if she's aware, if she can confirm this.
Yes, I can confirm I wasn't there. I'm not aware of that exercise. And Dr. and Mrs. Gordon, that was called to Dr. Manamela's office. Because I've already mentioned and stated my evidence in terms of the inspection in previous accounts about the NGOs. And no formal process was used.
All right.
With forms.
All right. Now, there was evidence where you were directed to a document by my learned colleague, Ms. Hassim. The document appears on 20382.
20382.
Yes, my lady. My lady,
I see.
You remember that we went through this scheduled inspection report yesterday, I think yesterday morning.
You remember this? You were questioned about this document. You remember?
Yes, my lady.
All right. And you indicated when you were asked if you did complete this document, your answer, if I remember correctly, you said Miss Rochelle Gordon might have completed this document. Do you remember?
At a later stage, Council, when I went through the document, it became known to me that, and I said, I don't know who completed this document, because this document was signed in 2015. And in 2015, no formal visits is being done to any of the NGOs.
Right. If you may go to the bottom of that page, 20382, date of inspection and inspection conducted by, do you see that?
The bottom of the page, just go to the bottom. Yes.
Whose handwriting is that date of the 8th of December? Is it not your handwriting?
No, it's not my handwriting.
And the one at the bottom where you said inspection conducted by H. Jacobus, Frida Sinello, Zelda, all those people.
Frida Sinello, Council.
Yes.
Has never accompanied me to inspections. She's also with me in central office. And besides that, in terms of conducting formal inspections, in a normal sense, I will not complete a inspection or a formal audit form. The district will complete that.
So just a second. You say Frida, what about her?
Frida Sanello has never accompanied me to any of the Tshwane NGOs.
Okay, all right.
Rochelle will present evidence that this document as well was also, as you can see, that there are different, I think there are about 3 different handwritings there in that whole document. From the beginning, you see that the handwriting is different from what is at the bottom. And
yes,
there is also another difference there, my lady. I wanted to direct the court, but my system is stuck. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that Rochelle will indicate that this is another document that was also partly completed.
Just bear with me, just a second.
Go to write out the document to the bottom. To the bottom.
That was partly completed.
I'm listening, Council.
That was partly completed when she was called by Dr. Manamela and found Dr. Manamela in your presence. And she is of the view that that handwriting at the bottom is yours and the other 2 handwritings she's not aware.
Council, can I say again what I've said earlier on?
Yes.
Since my inception at central office, all the inspections and completion of facility reports are being done by the district. I have never done that, and I've never this thing will complete that. And according to my the date of this document, I think it was 2015 when we went through yesterday with Advocate Hassan.
Yes.
In 2015, no inspections were done by me. I only started with formal inspections with hospitals in December 2015, and only in January, February, I think it was early March with the NGOs. And we didn't use a formal form, and I've stated for all NGOs, no forms were used. But I've invited the coordinators to join us with these inspections so that they can just be part and see what we're doing in the NGOs that was inspected.
All right.
So we didn't complete any forms.
After the placement of the mental health care users at various NGOs, you became aware, as you have testified, that there was issues with some medication, there were issues with linen and blankets, and Rochelle confirms that, and she confirms that you were always together. Most times you were together, trying to sort out the issues that were raised.
Yes, ma'am.
And Rochelle will testify that as she was with you at times with Franz Tobane, sometimes in the presence of Dr. Manamela and other deputy directors in the mental health directorate, she was the most junior member. Do you agree with that?
Ma'am, how it works within the mental health directorate. Mental health directorate is responsible and in terms of monitoring and support for all the districts.
Yes.
And during the Life Esidimeni process, as far as I can recall back, the only person that Rochelle could have been with was myself. The other mental health directorate people were assigned to Waverley and to Randfontein, and they were busy there.
Okay. Do you confirm that?
But the question is, was among the group, was she junior?
Yes, because we are senior to Rochelle.
Okay,
Yes.
so you agree with the statement. Just
Yes,
listen
ma'am.
to the question. There's no need for you to come with details. The question was whether indeed the statement that she says she was junior to
Yes, ma'am.
whoever she was working with, right?
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
very much.
Yes. In closing, she'll say that she was the most junior of you all and she was taking instructions from you. Any comment?
If you can just be more explicit, ma'am, what type of instructions and what it was?
As a junior official within that group, she had to abide by whatever that you were saying as a seniors. That's what she will say.
No, ma'am. I don't know what she was saying and what she was referring to.
Yes.
But in terms of execution, the
Yes.
districts are responsible for their own acts and omissions. The central office will support the districts, and if we find whatever is not in place or recommendations, yes, we will work together. But there's no such thing, according to my knowledge, that I will give instructions to a coordinator, because in terms of executing duties, that coordinator has to go and report to her seniors at the district office for whatever was executed or was done or needed or whatever. So I don't know what the specific question was and instructions was. So if I can have more detail in terms of the instructions.
No, there's no specific details, save to say that when you were doing the inspections prior the placement and after the placement, you were the most senior members of that team, and she was the most junior and had no powers to give instructions to you in your capacity as the seniors.
Still, Council, I don't know where or what you're getting at. In terms of the Life Esidimeni placement, after the identification and patients were placed at various NGOs, yes, I was a lot with Rochelle, but there wasn't any instructions given. We were working together. Because there wasn't need to give instructions. We were acting on, as I've said, with challenges of NGOs. We sorted out the medication simultaneously and in a team, because I also called Mr. Lahau, because remember, I'm not working and responsible for Tshwane district. And my method of working is I cannot go to a district and just do things and instruct things. So I don't know what she refers to instructions.
If, ma'am, you would just stop anticipating what I will be getting at and answer the questions, would be very far in this proceedings.
Okay, ma'am.
My lady, if I may check some notes, I'm almost done. If not done, just to check if I've covered everything.
Yes, you may.
My lady, those are my questions for this witness. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Miss Mboweni, is that you now? There is a Miss Maite. Did she say she has questions?
Yes, the lady.
Oh.
I do have a few questions for the witness.
Okay. So it's you. It's you.
Dr. Linkwani.
Okay. Continue.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Jacobus.
Good afternoon, Council.
I'm representing Dr. Sophie Linkwani in these proceedings, so my questions are going to be limited just to her. Okay.
Just raise your voice, please.
May it please you, my lady. It has been your evidence over the last couple of days, Mrs. Jacobus, that you were not in charge of the placement, but that you only dealt with the assessment of the readiness of the NGO. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in respect of determining the readiness, you have said quite a bit about the assessments that you have done and how you got to that to determine whether a certain NGO is ready or not. Now, once you have determined that an NGO is ready, how would you communicate? Firstly, who would you communicate the readiness of such NGO to?
In terms of our division at central office that Dr. Manamela has divided us into. Myself and Mr. Tobani for the NGOs, Dr. Lankwane Enzanello for Waverley, and Ms. Mashile Enzanello for Rand West. And the instruction from Dr. Manamela in terms of the report back for the assessment of the NGOs on that same day. That is why I said we went back afterwards to each NGO. The first day of the readiness measuring with the engineers, it was reported to Dr. Manamela by Mr. Tobane.
So for those people who were tasked with placement of the MHC users, in order for them to determine whether a particular NGO would be ready on a particular day to receive those users, they would get this information from Dr. Manamela. Is that my understanding of your evidence?
No, it's not my evidence, ma'am. What I've said, my evidence is we were engaged with the readiness. And with the checking of the readiness, the first time were the engineers, where the specific beds were measured. Dr. Manamela said that we should report back that same time. I must tell Mr. Tobane, and he will inform her.
So you told Mr. Franz Tobani, Mr. Franz Tobani told Dr. Manamela.
Yes, that was only the first day in terms of the bed spaces and all that. Myself and Mr. Tobani, after that, would go back to the NGOs to go and assess the place, the beds, has it been placed like that? The linen, is there linen? That was our second observation.
When you talk about you would go after that, would it be after the MHC users are then placed and transferred into the
No,
NGOs?
before it was before placement.
Okay, so before placement, you went back to ensure that the various NGOs are ready.
Yes, that there's beds available. Because remember, when we went the first time, there were no beds in most of the NGOs. Okay. So that is why the engineers had to measure. Then the report would be given to the managers and they had to see that beds are being placed.
Okay, so now you've determined that there are X number of beds at the NGO X. Who do you give that information to?
Ma'am, as I've stated, I gave to Mr. Tobane and he was informing Dr. Manamela.
Okay. The evidence of Dr. Sophie Lingwani would be that they would obtain the number of beds as well as the criteria of the NGOs from either yourself or Mr. Tobani or Dr. Manamela prior to placement of the MHC users.
No.
Would you like to comment on that?
I'll comment on that. In terms of criteria, or yes, the criteria list, there wasn't done a full criteria. The NGO specification was by the managers. Let's take Mbutle and Kosi, for instance. They'll take chronic mental health patients, males. And when the measuring was done, it was 20. So that information was given over to Dr. Manamela. In terms of placement, I had no communication with the other two teams. So I did not give over the amount of patients that needed to be placed or which NGO.
You just gave it to Franz Tobani, am I correct?
Yes, that was our initial visits. And the initial communication was through, I've said, because we were together, myself and Mr. Tobani. And then I'll tell, because we'll see, and he'll also see exactly what I'm seeing. And then you will notify Dr. Manamela, we have done in Kosi, and 20 beds will be available. And they need chronic mental health care males. Shama was 20, and they've requested males also. Anchor was, because of the Kalafong measurement that was done with the engineers prior, was 150 for intellectual disabled users. Precious Angels 1, the house that we've inspected was for 25 intellectual disabled. And firstly for Kalafong,
Ms. Jacobus, thank you very much for that extra information. Now, this very information that you have just mentioned now, unsolicited, is information that was solely within your knowledge and France's knowledge. Am I correct? This is not information that those who are at Waverley and Randfontein would have. Am I correct?
Yes.
In other words,
to just ask again, what about Randfontein?
Those task members and team members of the directorate who were placed at Randfontein for purposes of ensuring that the MHC users are transferred to the various NGOs, and like Dr. Nkwani, who was placed at Waverley, they would not have information about the number of beds and or criteria that either Buhle Nkosi or any of the NGOs in any of the hospitals would require. Am I correct?
Ma'am, I can't still get your question because both.
Okay. Let me rephrase.
Can you first listen to the question so that you can? We don't want these details. We just want to hear how you respond to the question. This criteria list. That is the question. The question relates to the criteria list.
Yes.
Is that Miss Maite?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Continue with your question. Let me not interrupt you.
May I please you? Dr. Sophie Lingwani is placed at Waverley. Dr. Sophie Lingwani would not have information on the number of beds that any particular NGO has or the criteria for that particular NGO. Am I correct?
I cannot say that, ma'am. I'm not aware whether she was aware or not.
You just gave evidence that it was yourself and Mr. Franz Tobani who did
You're
the
not audible. I don't know whether it's me. Can your colleagues hear you? And I can see the witness is also struggling to hear you.
Can you hear you?
Come again? Who's that?
It's Neil Vessler. I'm just saying we can hear her clearly.
Can you hear Miss Maite?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
We can hear her.
You can hear her, but I can see the witness is struggling, and I don't know. I was also struggling. Continue.
I'll try to speak louder, my lady.
But something is not right. Maybe it's the position you are not properly. I don't know.
Yes.
Just continue. Yeah. If
now it's
if you don't move towards the side, yes. I hear Mr. Vesselo can hear you and the others.
Ms. Jacobus, your evidence was that it was yourself and Franz Tobani who were the ones who were determining the readiness, who were providing information in respect of the number of beds and the criteria that the various NGOs had. That is your evidence, am I correct?
Yes.
You therefore cannot dispute that this information is information that was solely within yours and Franz Tobani's knowledge.
No, ma'am, it wasn't solely our knowledge. We had to communicate this information to Dr. Manamela.
So it was between yourself, Franz Tobani, and Dr. Manamela, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So Dr. Nkwani, and this is her evidence, Dr. Nkwani's evidence will be that she relied on that information regarding the number of beds as well as the criteria of the various NGOs from yourself, Franz Tobani, as well as Dr. Manamela. Do you have a comment for that?
Yes, I've got a comment. I'm not sure what Dr. Nkwani says she relies on me because the brief, as we've discussed in a meeting, which Dr. Manamela stated clearly to all of us, the placement of themselves and myself and Mr. Tobane, we will do the inspections. The inspections, after the inspections, the total number of beds per NGO will be communicated by Mr. Tobane to Dr. Manamela. And the criteria, as I've said, NGO X, 10 beds with chronic mental health patients, etc.
We hear that, but what is the problem in answering this question? From your evidence, you and Mr. Tobani are the people who did this criteria of identifying how many beds and all those. And this information from your evidence was provided to Dr. Manamela.
Yes.
You and Mr. Tobani are the people who compiled that criteria list.
No, we didn't compile a criteria list, my lady.
Okay,
It
but
was
you are the
taken
ones
over,
who
yes.
identified how many
Yes.
beds for that specific NGO and all those.
Yes,
So
and
that information comes from you and Mr. Franz
Tobani.
Tobani, right?
Yes, then communicated to Dr.
Now,
Manamela.
what is being put to you is that Dr. Lingwani, who was responsible for the placement of these mental health care users at Waverley, she says
Yes.
she relied on the information that you provided from Dr.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, that is what she's saying. Am I correct?
Oh, that's correct.
You are correct, my lady. So the answer is yes. Mr. Gomez,
Yes,
the answer is yes. I have no further
yes.
questions for this witness, my lady.
Come again?
I have no further questions for this
Okay,
witness.
thank you.
May it please you.
Yes. Then it will be, is it Miss Mboweni now?
May it please the court, my lady?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I would be next in line. My lady, I just have one question for the witness.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jacobus.
Good afternoon, Counsel.
I am the legal representative for Ms. Cynthia Sinello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Now, the question that I have for you is...
This is Nongeba.
Cynthia Nongeba Sinello. That is correct, yes, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, what was the extent of your interaction with my witness as it relates to the placement of the patients, the mental health care users?
In relation to the placement, we did not have any interaction, Counsel.
Did you provide any information to Ms. Sinello?
No, Counsel.
Did you give any instructions to Mrs. Sinello?
No, Counsel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Those are the only questions that I have for this witness.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Then we come to, where is Mr. Manamela, Puti Manamela? I haven't been seeing him. Mr. Manamela, are you there? Can you check the roll call, Nelisa, if he was ever present in the course of the week?
Okay, Judge, I'll just check now.
Okay. If I may find out from Mr. Is it Disetso Maleba? This is your representative. Is he still on, according to us, he is still on record, he has not excused himself?
Judge, according to my role, there's been question marks, which means that the Manamela attorneys haven't been present, Judge.
Yes, and this happened also before we left for December holidays. Mr. Sibara, I don't know whether you'll be able, maybe the evidence leader must just check with him as to what is happening, because I've noticed that he has not been part of the proceedings and there is nobody standing in on his behalf. Mr. Profi. Where is Mr. Profi?
Can the court hear me, my lady?
Are you ready to proceed? In the absence of Mr. Manamela?
My lady, may I, this stems from my question for my lady yesterday in respect of my question of whether I would remain to then go last. I asked that question on the basis that there is a final consultation to take place between myself and the representative for Bushlebe Nkosi. So under the premise that my lady is saying I would be going last, I had then scheduled it for next.
So how many of you would want to be last? I think there is a hand. Let me attend to I don't know whether it is your hand.
No, my lady.
My lady is my hand.
Oh, are you following now?
In here.
Is that you? Okay.
My lady.
Are you now following?
I'm not following, my lady. I will ask the court intelligence because I'm on behalf of Ms. Nyatlo, the CEO of CCR. There's a lot of...
So there is Mr. Profi, you, and then Mr. Sibara, Mr. Mahlapi, Ms. Mahlapi, or Ms. Ramaimela. So between the, I don't know who's the, I'm not counting Mr. Pinar, because he's the one who must finalize the cross-examination of the witness. Whose name didn't I didn't mention? There is also Mr. Pitlela. Yes, if I may, before you say something. Oh, Mr. Hutamo, why did I forget you?
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hutamo. Do you have questions to this witness?
We will not be posing questions to the witness on behalf of the Premier and the department.
Thank you. Mr. Hasim, I'm going to request you that you include the name of Mr. Pitlela in the list, or on the list.
That's a pleasure, my lady.
Yes.
I'll do so, my lady.
Thank you very much. I saw a hand. Is that of Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. Advocate Light tried to phone Mr. Ditetsu. His phone is not being answered at this point in time. We do not have
Mr. Who?
Ditetsu, the witness that court also. Yes.
Yes, but it's something that you can just check in the. It's fine. He will pursue that. He said so together with the representative, because I noted from the previous sittings that Mr. Manamela was not there.
We do not have the contact number for the legal representative, Mr. Manamela, my lady. If someone can assist us with the contact number, we will follow that up.
Yes, but you can only. Do you have the details of Disetso?
Yes, my lady.
Yes,
he's not answering his phone.
Okay, all right. That can assist, and I don't know, maybe from also the. I don't know whether the emails are not there also of the representative. How was he invited to join the meetings?
I will see through pertaining to the emails, my lady, and send an email if we do have his email address.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I just want us to agree now. We've got about how many council? I've counted the names of Mr. Sibara, Ms. Mahlapi and Ms. Ramaimela, Mr. Shabangu, Mr. Profi, and then there is also Mr. Pitlela. I don't know, you must just decide as to how you're going to follow each other, because almost all of you said you will come towards the end of the cross-examination.
The lady?
Yes.
If I can.
I heard your concern. I know your concern.
Yes. I was just saying, just before Mr. Shabangu spoke, I think you had said it will be Mr. Shabangu, Mr. Profi, Mr. Sibara. And
no, I was just reading the names.
Oh.
So okay. I want you to agree as to who's going to come first, because Mr. Shabangu also asked for an indulgence, and then now it's Mr. Profi. Now there is also yourself and Ms. Mahlapi, and then there is also Mr. Sibara. All the names that I don't know whether I've counted all of you, and we also have Mr. Pitlela, who has just joined us. I don't know whether he is ready now to proceed, or does he still want an indulgence, because as I understood it, he's still going to go through the record.
As the court
Indeed,
pleases,
my
my
lady.
lady, I was just proposing that between the 2, 4, 5, let me see, 2, 4, 5. Yes, between the 5 of us, we can confer and decide where.
Okay, so that I shouldn't be asking who's going to follow, because you asked for indulgence that I gave you, all of you.
Thank you,
Mr. Sibara, you seem to be quiet. Where are you? Before I go to Mr. Pitlela.
As the court, please, my lady. It's Advocate Makani. Advocate Bara has been experiencing some network issues.
Okay.
Yes, therefore I would submit that we don't mind being the first to start when we resume the week after next, my lady.
All right, let me hear Mr. Pitlela.
My lady, I was going to suggest that since on Friday we're holding that case management, maybe we can then indicate at that stage.
You will?
I'm saying on Friday, the 28th, isn't it that there will be a case management?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I was hoping that maybe we can be able to indicate, because I'm hoping that in the coming week.
This should be amongst yourselves. That's why I was reading those names, because we know who was supposed to have done what at the right time. So I was just reading these names to it's not something that we can sit for in a meeting, because it is something that you can resolve among yourselves, right?
Not a problem.
Yes. So as I understand it, is there any one of you who's ready to proceed today, or given the time now, you would prefer to start when we resume week after next?
As a court pleases, my lady, I'll follow Advocate Sibara's team.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any one of you who's ready to proceed today? So no response.
My lady, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yes, I mean, why should I be talking alone? Mr. Prophet, what do you want to say? Thanks, ma'am. Next time you ask for an indulgence, I'm not going to grant that. You are just going to follow the sequence, because it appears now I'm talking alone. I don't want to be talking alone. You know your responsibilities and what you must do. Okay, you have just started now. I mean, you are not even part of this. I mean, I'm talking about the others. So I know that Mr. Sibara would talk to me. On that note, I'm going to adjourn these proceedings to what is the date?
Monday the 31st.
Monday the 31st, am I correct?
31st of January, my lady, of 2020.
The witness is warned. You have been attending these proceedings. You know now, you understand what you are not supposed to do until you are excused by this court. At this stage, we're going to adjourn these proceedings to Monday, the 31st of January 2022 at 10 o'clock.
My lady, you are muted.
Can I please talk alone now?
Yeah, my volume.
And finish, please. The witness is excused, and then I'm just reminding you of the meeting of the 28th. That is the case management meeting, where we will be discussing the issues of the issue of the further dates for the hearing of this inquest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
As your ladyship pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady.
As the court pleases.